alarming levels continues. Brutal killings are now the new norm. Children, women, men, no one is being spared. And there is no word from the UNICEF's government. Well, now Bangladesh removed secularism in 1977, viewers. It adopted Islam as the state religion in 1988. And under UNICEF's watch, the Constitution Reform Commission has suggested removing the word secularism from even the preamble of Bangladesh's constitution. And Hindus are the ones who are paying the price for this with their lives. This report is an attempt to partially document what's happening in Bangladesh. Why? Why partial? Because not every killing gets recorded. Not every Hindu has a voice in Bangladesh. Take a look.
"11 deaths in 35 days. The victims all share one identity. They're all Hindu. In just over a month, 11 Hindus have been killed across Bangladesh, not in accidents or private disputes, but in public, brutal, and unmistakably communal mob attacks. And the UNIS government, it insists there is no pattern to see. Killings have spread across districts and professions, yet they follow the same pattern: accusation, mobilization, mob violence, and impunity. Bangladeshi Hindu citizens have been lynched, they've been beaten to death, chased by mobs, and even forced to jump into a canal to escape attackers. This is targeted violence unfolding right under the watch of Muhammad Yunus-led interim government. The government which remains in denial, describing these killings as isolated incidents, not communal, not targeted, and definitely not systematic. Yet when every victim belongs to the same minority community, denial becomes policy, and policy, well, it becomes complicity. The most chilling example is the lynching of Deepu Chandra Das, a 27-year-old Hindu garment worker whose murder now stands as a symbol of state failure. The cops have arrested the main accused, Yasin Arafat, along with others. But arrests after deaths do not erase the pattern. The contradiction is glaring. Muhammad Yunus speaks about democracy and human rights on international stages. But inside Bangladesh, Hindus are being abandoned to mob justice.
Deep Haldar, who's an author and journalist, joins me on the broadcast. Deep Haldar has written a book, Inshallah Bangladesh, that has just come out, that documents some of what is happening right now. Deep, your book talks about the rise of radical forces, the extreme marginalization of Hindus in Bangladesh. Take us through what your book highlights, what is unfolding right now in Bangladesh.
The preface of the book is about Shahidul having to run away from his home, trying to save himself, hiding in the hinterland of Bangladesh after the fall of the Sheikh Hasina government in 2024. And the reason he had to run away, he used to contribute to Indian news channels and Indian news websites from Bangladesh. He was the Bangladesh correspondent. So he used to, in fact, report to me till 2024. The reason he had to do so is because, among other things, he had written about the rise of radicalism in Bangladesh, right? And this is during the time of Sheikh Hasina. And every terror attack that took place in Bangladesh, he had diligently reported on those. So he was marked, as one of those people who had to be taken out after the fall of the Hasina regime, right? And there were several terror groups inside Bangladesh that wanted him dead. So he had his own place in Dhaka. He has his family in Dhaka. So he had to go in hiding. Finally, he escaped to India. And that's when we decided on the book. Now, the reporting he has done inside Bangladesh was during the time of Hasina. And I remember he had consistently told me that if a time comes when the Sheikh Hasina government is not there, the full force of what the Jamaat-e-Islami Bangladesh is, which is Bangladesh's largest Islamist party, will be seen to the world. And that has literally happened. We talk about Hindus in Bangladesh. I remember Shahidul telling me that if the Jamaat-e-Islami comes to power in Bangladesh, even Muslims like him, who want us a liberal, secular country, progressive Muslims, it will be difficult for them to stay on in Bangladesh.
All right. That's a very important aspect that you highlighted, post-Sheikh Hasina, that your book was talking about. That's exactly what's happening right now. 11 Hindus in 35 days slaughtered. What's the recourse?
There's no recourse. One can only hope that the elections do take place on February 12th. There are questions raised about elections because if you look at the entire July uprising of 2024, the intended reason and the intended outcome for the July uprising was to have a Bangladesh where electoral democracy finds root. The argument was under Hasina stole elections, so there was no electoral democracy. But look what's been happening to Bangladesh ever since. And now they are talking about elections on February 12th without the Army League, which is the largest political party in Bangladesh. So there's going to be an election without the Army League. But even then, if there is an election and if one political party comes to power through whatever that election is, it would be hardly free and fair. But one can only hope that if there is indeed an election on February 12th, and if there is a political party that comes to power, the situation would improve. But there are huge doubts still about whether the elections would happen on February 12th, and even if it happens, would a government be able to manage the situation on the ground?
Where are all those international organizations that were crying hoarse on other occasions, but completely quiet right now? Deep, I want to then ask you about Tariq Rahman. He may be the next Prime Minister. He has made some reconciliatory messages, and some of his tone is very reconciliatory. Do you expect that to continue post the election if he becomes the Prime Minister?
Tariq Rahman has been making some right noises ever since he returned to Bangladesh after 17 years in exile on December 25th, 2025. But, the past record of the BNP and his own record during the time when his mother, Khaleda Zia, was the Prime Minister of Bangladesh is pretty damning. But one hopes that he's a changed man, and some of what he's saying on the ground in Bangladesh after returning to his country after 17 years of exile, he would deliver on those promises. He's talking about an inclusive Bangladesh. He's reached out to all communities. But there are also reports that a senior leader of his party, and that's on video, gave an election speech somewhere where he almost threatened Hindu voters that if they want to live in peace inside Bangladesh, they better vote for the BNP. I can tell you that, in the course of writing my book, I spoke to very senior members of the government, the last government, as well as historians and political analysts who said that in 2001, when the BNP and the Jamaat in coalition came to power in Bangladesh, one of the worst atrocities on Hindus took place. There are horrible massacres that took place for months after the BNP Jamaat came to power in 2001. The BNP and Jamaat are fighting against each other this election. One hopes that if the BNP comes to power and if Tariq Rahman does become the next Prime Minister of Bangladesh, he would be a changed man and he would deliver on the promises he's making now.
Deep, I'm going to leave it there. Hope is all that Hindus in Bangladesh can really clutch on to. Thanks much for speaking to me on India Sense. Turning attention now to the first wide-angle story, India's Pakistan headache, which is now shouting loud on Gaza but acting small. And today, its double standards are fully exposed. You may ask, why so? Well, because Islamabad calls Israel's war in Gaza a genocide. It sponsors resolutions. It denounces assassinations. It waves the flag of moral outrage. But when it comes to real help, boots on the ground, hard choices, real sacrifice, the Punjabi Pakistani army is nowhere to be found. This outrage without action. It's straight up bluster without even firing a single bullet. Pakistan's leaders speak for the Muslim world but deliver little more than just press releases and podium politics. Sharm el-Sheikh. Humanitarian aid goes out, but military support, it always remains off the table. An intervention? Well, absolutely a no-go zone for Rawalpindi and its self-appointed Chief of Defence Staff. Behind the scenes, the tune changes. While condemning Israel publicly, Pakistan quietly cracks down on its own pro-Palestine protesters at home. While preaching justice abroad, it weighs IMF loans and Western pressure first. Morality, it so turns out, viewers, it has its own limits and its own lenders in Pakistan's case. But now comes the pivot, going from posturing to damage control. As shame mounts, Pakistan is now trying to rebrand itself as a responsible voice. But intelligence reports suggest that something far more troubling may actually be happening. With Hamas battered in Gaza, Pakistan is emerging as a potential fallback. Hamas leaders surface on Pakistani soil and terror groups mingle openly. The lines are blurring. Even more alarming, the tactics, the tunnel networks, guerrilla raids, psychological warfare, makeshift drones and missile barrages. Analysts believe that Hamas-style strategies may possibly be mirrored by Pakistan, a move that could turn Gaza's playbook into South Asia's next nightmare. This is the real story behind the optics. Pakistan is grandstanding for applause, it's hedging for survival and gambling with regional peace. But remember the power politics and the power corridors geopolitics. Talk is cheap, actions write history. And Pakistan's words, well, they are not backed by any action whatsoever. All right, on that note, slipping into a very short break, we come back with more on the other side of India's sense. Stay with us.
Family life. It's made of ups and downs, and those little moments. But should the unthinkable happen to you? Life insurance from Legal & General can help look after monthly bills, the roof over their heads, childcare costs, and most importantly, your family. Premiums start from £5 a month and they never rise. Plus there's a £100 gift card after you apply. Legal & General. Ensure life goes on.
Unexpected expense? Drafty's got your back. Borrowing £100 for a month costs less than £6. Apply at drafty.co.uk.
Get sorted with EE's New Year's sale on the UK's best network. Check out our Unlimited Essentials Max SIM plan. Don't hold back on streaming, browsing, and sharing. With unlimited data and uncapped speed. All for only £23 per month. So get sorted with EE's New Year's sale on the UK's best network. Offer ends 29th of January.
I urgently need to ask for your help on behalf of animals at risk right now. With the pandemic came a surge in pet ownership. And sadly, we're now seeing a serious rise in neglect, cruelty, and abuse. Our services are being stretched to the limit. To make matters worse, our costs are soaring too. But we refuse to let animals suffer. So please, act now to help rescue the growing number of animals who've never needed us more. Please call or text the number on screen now to give £2 a month to the RSPCA. In one of the toughest times we have ever experienced, your gift will make all the difference to animals. You could help provide more life-saving treatment, food, shelter, and the loving care that many have never known. We know there are millions of you who, like us, care deeply and won't stand by while animals are suffering. We have to reach those trapped in a life of abuse and neglect before it's too late. Because for many, the RSPCA is their only hope. But we can only come to the rescue with the support of people like you. So please, will you help us be there no matter what? Call 0800 313 4392 or text RSPCA to 78866 to start your monthly gift today. Thank you.
Get sorted for the new year with full fibre deals on the UK's best broadband technology with non-stop browsing, gaming, and working, all for only £27.99 a month. Plus, we're the only major provider who will give you up to £300 to switch. So switch to EE today. Offer ends 29th of January.
Whatever you need to ask about cancer, Macmillan's free support line is just a call away.
Hello, Macmillan.
Whether it's money,
am I going to lose my job?
Getting on with life.
Can I still go abroad? Get insurance?
or just need someone to listen.
How do I tell them?
Our specialist advisors are here to help as often as you need them. Whatever you need to ask, cancer, money, life, call us now on 0808 134 1000.
Don't miss Sharp's biggest ever half-price sale. Get Sharp's bespoke fitted furniture for every room, from living spaces to home offices and bedrooms. All ranges are now half price, including our must-have Manhattan range. Our exclusive Space Plus system means we won't be beaten on space. Plus, you get our 15-year guarantee for total peace of mind. Don't miss Sharp's biggest ever half-price sale. Book your free home design visit today at sharps.co.uk.
Now, as Washington turns up the heat on Tehran, shockwaves may be felt as far beyond as Southeast Asia, and India may also now be bracing for fallout of the volatility in the entire region. US President Donald Trump is revving his, he's putting maximum pressure campaign against Iran. And if that pressure does turn out into a takeover or a wider conflict, it's still unclear which way it may go from here, because a transition to power may not be as smooth as many are anticipating. For India, it could be impact on several fronts. And let's decode that for you. First up, strategy. India's gateway to Central Asia, which is the Chabahar port, is now on shaky ground. Built to bypass Pakistan and anchor India's regional influence, Chabahar survives only on a temporary US sanction waiver, which is set to expire in April. If that waiver lapses, India is forced out. And the vacuum won't stay empty, because the dragon who's waiting in the wings may just come in. Now, China has already locked into a long-term partnership with Iran, entrenched next door at Pakistan's Gwadar port. That's the first important aspect that may happen. Next is the energy part of it. Now, the energy aspect of it, Iran once supplied India with affordable crude. That option disappeared under Donald Trump's first term, and the new conflict could shut the door permanently. Worse still, any instability in the Strait of Hormuz threatens the artery of India's energy lifeline. Why? Because two-thirds of India's oil and half of its LNG passes through those waters. Now, what may happen is oil prices may increase. Some of the import bill may actually go up. And what may happen as a result of it is that India's fiscal math may become tougher. Inflation may take a beating as well. Now, there's a new warning sign as well. Trump has backed legislation that could slap massive tariffs on countries buying energy from sanctioned states. Donald Trump wants countries to choose sides or pay the price. The third important aspect of what's happening in Iran is trade. More than $40 billion of Indian trade with West Asia is at stake. Shipping disruptions, rising insurance costs, and even investor anxiety could hit Indian businesses hard. And finally, the fourth outcome of what's happening in Iran, a war in Iran could actually derail the IMEC project, something that's very ambitious, much touted connectivity corridor. India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, a flagship connectivity project meant to reshape trade routes. The bottom line, viewers, is that what happens in Iran most certainly won't stay in Iran. For India, it's a test of diplomacy, strategic balance at a moment when the margins for error are razor thin. In a fortnight or so, Donald Trump will complete a year in White House. For many, it seems like forever. Well, in India as well, we've been navigating unpredictable and volatile White House for the last 1 year. But it seems Donald Trump has upped the ante when it comes to the unpredictability quotient. In a week, he has invaded Venezuela. He has set his sights on Greenland takeover, militarily or via diplomatically, and has made it clear to the regime in Iran that he's locked and loaded if the regime shoots down on those protesters. Now, this impacts India. All of this put together at several levels. Firstly, if Trump actually runs out of patience, as he's done so with Maduro, it's unclear how long he will choose to continue the negotiations with Russian President Vladimir Putin before declaring that the window for talks has ended, just like he did with Maduro. And if that happens, it will have an impact on the India-Russia relationship in some form or the other. And I'm not just talking about oil, it could be on several other parameters as well. Now, second aspect, India's trade pact with the US is still in the works. And while the negotiations have been going on, there is now a real possibility that Donald Trump, to appease his core MAGA base, will further entrench their position, leaving little room for give and take. And that's exactly what you need to close a deal, even though US President Donald Trump prides himself on being a deal maker. The third impact or the fallout of this for India would be that US's exit from key climate, environment and cultural bodies has happened. It's not new. It happened during his previous term as well. But what's different this time around is that America's exit from bodies like the WHO, UNESCO, and even the International Solar Alliance will embolden China. Because in all these multilateral entities, China will then have some leverage. Now, the world has moved on, but hasn't forgotten COVID. And which brings me to ask, should China be given more leeway in the WHO just because Trump feels he doesn't want to invest more? Lastly, the Atlantic is about to explode. The Greenland takeover is about just that. It will start and lead to a major power play between US, Russia and China. It will be about rare earth minerals. It will be about shorter trade routes. A race that India needs to be a part of. A race that India needs to find a way to be in. All right, the other story on the show, India's energy security, which has long been a game of geopolitical chess, and the latest in Venezuela has added to this complex arena. After President Trump asserted control over Venezuela's vast oil sector, it has sparked international debate, but possibly reopened opportunities for India's crude import strategy. Now, heavy Venezuelan grades are a natural fit for India's deep conversion refineries, and Venezuela was a supplier in India's energy strategy. Between 2018 and 2020, Venezuelan crude ranked among India's top sources of oil, with imports peaking at about $7.2 billion in 2019. Crippling US sanctions, though, shut down all those flows, as legal risks made Venezuelan barrels untouchable. Now the US has chosen to selectively lift sanctions on Venezuelan oil. It is weaponizing access while dangling the prospect of India recovering nearly $1 billion in dues that are stuck in Venezuela. So you can see the carrot and stick approach that US President Donald Trump is trying to do here. Then comes Washington's direct pressure campaign against India's purchase of Russian oil. Donald Trump has greenlit a bill that could increase tariffs on India up to 500%. For New Delhi, the calculus is stark. Diversifying crude sources has long been strategic. Heavy Venezuelan grades can reduce dependence on the Middle East and discounted Russian barrels, giving India more negotiating power. But this strategic opportunity also comes with risk of possibly more Trump geopolitical turbulence or Trump tantrums, as we say. In today's energy politics and energy geopolitics, oil is no longer just a commodity. It is a weapon that Washington is using, and access and tariffs are the real leverage, and Venezuela is just the latest battlefield. All right, viewers, with that, we wrap things up on this edition of India Sense. Thanks so much for watching.
Some people think life slows down in your 50s, but I'm just getting started. And I don't want my lot to have to worry about funeral costs. Let them spend their money on nicer things. So I decided to learn more about over 50s life insurance from Cover Today. They're the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period. Unlike other insurers who could make you wait up to 2 years, with Cover Today, you're fully covered from day one. And you're covered for the whole of your life. Unlike other things in life, the price never goes up. Go online or talk to their friendly UK team in just one phone call. Cover Today are the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period.
And no annoying trips to the doctors either.
Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
Now I'm with Cover Today, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free life insurance quote, call our friendly UK team on 0800 470 4474 or visit covertoday.co.uk.
When an unexpected expense catches you offside, Drafty can get you back in the game. Drafty Flex is like a handy pot of cash when you need it. There's credit up to £3,000 and money sent to your bank in 90 seconds. Borrowing £100 for 30 days costs under £6. Be prepared for the unexpected with Drafty. Apply at drafty.co.uk.
No child should suffer the torture of trachoma. But so many are in pain right now. Nananga's lashes have turned inwards. They rip and tear away at his eyes. Pomelo's sight could be gone forever. He's just 3 years old. Kofanga screams for his mother. His eyes are so infected that he can't even see her. For so many children in the world's poorest countries, trachoma is torture. It's a painful infection often spread by flies, and it's destroying children's eyesight. But it could be stopped if you help today. By calling 0800 038 4926 and giving £1 a week to Sightsavers, you can help make sure children get the treatment they desperately need. You'll help us bring them the medicines and the care that can treat infections. And that means you'll be helping to save children from the torture of trachoma and a life of blindness. Please help us reach them. Call 0800 038 4926. Text C13 to 82727 or go online and give just £1 a week now. Because we need you to help save the sight of children like Nananga. We need you to help save them from the torture of trachoma.
This is an appeal to stop the dirty water crisis and to help stop scenes like these.
Filming with WaterAid, I've met children like Karim, who have to drink dirty water from rivers, swamps and holes dug deep into the ground. The water is dirty, filled with insects, germs and disease. I've seen and heard how dirty water makes babies sick. No wonder it makes their mothers worried. That's why I'm asking you to help communities change this picture.
You can help bring clean water to a child right now by texting or calling WaterAid to give £2 a month.
WaterAid and local experts are already working with communities who need clean water, helping them to install life-saving pipes, pumps and taps.
I've seen the difference your £2 a month can make. With clean water, everything changes.
The children are full of energy, full of life, full of hope for the future. WaterAid have already brought clean water to nearly 30 million people. But we can't stop until it's in the hands of every child. Today, 1,000 children will die from dirty water, poor sanitation or hygiene. So please, give now to help save a child's life. Text the word water to 88008 or call WaterAid now on 0800 088 7733 to give £2 a month. Thank you.
They just announced it.
Champagne! We are now officially Which's banking brand of the year.
Actually, we're not. Nationwide is.
They're keeping branches open. Superb performance across current accounts, it says there. Didn't they give over 4 million members £100 each?
What am I going to do with 6,000 custom-made winners' shirts?
What about the blimp?
I don't remember ordering that.
You literally said, blimp me.
The Which banking brand of the year is Nationwide. A good way to bank.
Whatever you need to ask about cancer, Macmillan's free support line is just a call away.
Hello, Macmillan.
Whether it's money...
Am I going to lose my job?
Getting on with life.
Can I still go abroad? Get insurance?
Or just need someone to listen.
How do I tell them?
Our specialist advisors are here to help as often as you need them. Whatever you need to ask, cancer, money, life, call us now on 0808 134 1000.
Whatever the story behind selling your car, We Buy Any Car make it easy. Whether you're needing more boot space, buying your dream home, sick of repairs, funding a new business, switching transport, saving for your big day, off to see the world, going to uni, upgrading after a promotion, just want the cash, or simply need something bigger. Get it sold and have the cash in your bank today. To get a quote in 30 seconds, enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
He has finally hit theatres. Owaisi's burqa woman remark sparks row. Owaisi visions hijab-clad woman as future Prime Minister. Owaisi says India's constitution inclusive. BJP hits back. Go to Islamabad jibe at Owaisi. Hyderabad edition of NDTV Golf Pro-Am tees off. Pros, power players and amateurs hit the greens. Now, breaking news coming in. Another Hindu has been killed in Bangladesh amid the turmoil in Bangladesh. This is the 12th Hindu who's been killed in Bangladesh in the last month and a half. Hindu youth killed in Bangladesh. This sparks outrage in Bangladesh. The family has said that this Bangladeshi youth was beaten and then poisoned. The family alleges murder. Yet another Hindu youth named Joy Mohapatra was killed on January the 8th in a village in Bangladesh. According to the family, Joy was beaten and then later poisoned by a local Muslim man. He's later died in ICU at the Osmani Medical Hospital. We have Saurabh Gupta joining us on the phone line on this breaking story. Saurabh, bring us the details of this unfortunate, yet another Hindu youth being killed in Bangladesh. The 12th such Hindu youth being killed in the last month and a half.
Well, this is something that's being reported worldwide now, and of course, we had that letter also from Priti Patel, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, who also flagged this and asked for intervention. Now, there is concern over minorities in Bangladesh and the condition of minorities and the continuing attacks on minorities, especially the Hindu community. And this is, of course, something that's been flagged multiple times. But this is yet another incident in the growing list of incidents of attacks on minorities. Whether it's Ikuchandra Das or whether it's Kokon Das or whether there are so many others in several parts of Bangladesh. There have been reports from across the country where Hindu youth have been targeted and have faced attacks, and this is a growing sense of insecurity and fear that minorities face in the country.
Thank you, Saurabh, for joining us on this breaking story. After the massive setback in High Court, Thalapathy Vijay's farewell movie is on hold till the next hearing on January the 21st. Vijay's 2016 blockbuster Theri is now set for a theatrical re-release. Producer of the film has said he made the announcement through a post on social media. However, the official release date of Theri is yet to be confirmed. Meanwhile, responding to the setback, Jananayagan producer Venkat K. Narayana has called the situation beyond control, describing it as an extremely difficult and emotional moment for the team. He says that actor Vijay deserves the farewell he has earned. Listen in.
It's been an extremely emotional and difficult moment for everyone who has poured their heart, soul and years of hard work into this film. Above all, we firmly believe that Thalapathy Vijay sir deserves the farewell that he has earned through decades of love from his fans and the respect from the industry. Your patience, belief, and unwavering support gives us the strength. We have complete faith in the judicial process and remain hopeful that the film will reach the audiences at the earliest.
Now, Amit Rao, actor and Rajya Sabha MP for Tamil Nadu, Kamal Hassan, has said that there needs to be a relook at the certification process for films. He said that there should be a defined timeline for certification. Now, it's also a big day for Tamil star Sivakarthikeyan. After months of anticipation, the much-awaited film Parashakti has finally hit theatres. Speaking exclusively to NDTV's Lata Srinivasan, Sivakarthikeyan reacted to the delay in the release of TVK chief Vijay's Jananayagan, which was also supposed to release with Parashakti. He said that the postponement was unexpected, adding that he hoped audiences would have watched both films together. Now, Parashakti is a period drama set in the 1960s. 60s. It focuses on the anti-Hindi imposition movement in Tamil Nadu. This film is also backed by the DMK government, adding to its political significance. Now, earlier, Parashakti was slated to clash at the box office with Jananayagan, setting up a high-stakes release battle. Now, on release day, the DMK posted a Tamil Varga post invoking the Dravidian era anti-Hindi agitation, amplifying the film's core theme. Now we have breaking news coming in. Battleground Tamil Nadu intensifies. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin's big 2026 poll pitch. Tamil Nadu CM Stalin's boost to DMK cadre. Stalin says that we are aiming for 200 seats in the upcoming elections. He says that the DMK will win more seats this time. Tamil Nadu 2026 polls. Listen in to what Stalin had to say.
தேர்தல் களத்தில் ஆற்ற வேண்டிய பணிகளில் 50% முடிச்சிட்டீங்க. இன்னும் 50% பாக்கி இருக்கு. இன்னைக்கு பல்வேறு கட்சிகளை சார்ந்தவர்கள் ஏன் பிஜேபியில் இருக்கக்கூடிய கூட என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா திமுக காலம் மாதிரி யாரும் வேலை செய்ய முடியாது. ஏதோ குளத்தூர் தொகுதியில் மட்டும் இல்லை, ஒட்டுமொத்தமாக தமிழகத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தை சார்ந்தவர்கள் நம்முடைய செயல் வீரர்கள் ஆற்றுகிற அந்த பணிகள் எல்லாம் பார்க்கிற போது நான் ஏற்கனவே சொல்லியிருந்தேன் 200 தொகுதிக்கு குறையாமல் வெற்றி பெறுவோம் என்று. நம்முடைய கூட்டணி நிச்சயமாக வெற்றி பெறும் என்று. ஆனால் இப்பொழுது நாம் ஆற்றிருக்கக்கூடிய பணிகள் எல்லாம் பார்க்கிற போது 200ஐயும் தாண்டி வரும் என்ற நம்பிக்கை எனக்கு வந்திருக்கு. ஆக அந்த நம்பிக்கையோடு பொங்கல் விழாவை நாம்.
Now, international news coming in amid US President Donald Trump's demands and claims, saying that Nobel Peace Prize winner Machado must share the Nobel Peace Prize with him. Now, the Nobel Peace Committee has issued a statement. This is the first time they've issued such a statement in 124-year history of the prize, saying that this prize cannot be shared, revoked or transferred. This comes after Trump said that it would be a great honor that he take the peace prize that was given to the Venezuelan opposition leader Corina Machado. The committee has said that the peace prize cannot be revoked, shared or transferred. The response also comes after escalating attacks by the Trump administration on the Nobel Peace Committee for putting politics over peace.
Every winter, the World Economic Forum at Davos becomes the world's thinking room, where power, policy and purpose converge, where the future is examined and reimagined. In January 2026, NDTV will be at the heart of this conversation. NDTV Ignite at Davos, this January on the NDTV network.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years.
Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power. What is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
from the lens of diplomacy and foreign affairs, what is the transformation that you're seeking, not just next year, but in time moving forward? And what does transforming tomorrow mean to you, Dr. Jaishankar?
You know, obviously transforming tomorrow can have a variety of meanings to each person in their own profession or their call of, calling. Or as a, as an Indian, I can think of what tomorrow would mean for India. So if I were to put it all together, I mean, clearly all of us would like to see tomorrow an India which would be economically much stronger, which would technologically be much more so. And I feel, people don't always make that correlation as strongly as they do, which would, build up its manufacturing. That too is a conviction I hold very deeply, that, we should be an industrial power. But from my particular perspective, tomorrow where we are actually able to navigate what I foresee as almost a generation of uncertainty. After all, look at it this way. Many of the assumptions that we held just a few years ago, perhaps the key assumptions are all a question mark. We had an assumption that globalization is here to stay. It is, in a manner of speaking, but it is under severe challenge in many ways. We had an assumption that the United States will always be a stabilizer of the international system. I think that's a very questionable assumption.
When facts are fragmented, we put the pieces together. Where power collides with truth, we are there.
Behind me is that massive security arrangements that are in place.
Behind fractured boundaries, we clear the fog of war. Fault Lines with Gauri Dwivedi, only on NDTV World.
Every winter, the World Economic Forum at Davos becomes the world's thinking room, where power, policy and purpose converge, where the future is examined and reimagined. In January 2026, NDTV will be at the heart of this conversation. NDTV Ignite at Davos, this January on the NDTV network.
Given the fact that India invested so much, the Prime Minister himself invested so much in the India-America relationship, are you extremely disappointed with the Trump administration and how transactional they're choosing to be?
Well, look, every government and certainly every American president has their own way of approaching the world. I grant you that in the case of President Trump, it's radically different from how his predecessors did. I think he himself would say that. We have right now a set of issues which the relationship is grappling with. I mean, to me, it's, look, foreign policy doesn't always, everything doesn't go your way all the time on all the issues, on all the relationships. So there will be issues, It is with the US today, it could be with somebody else tomorrow. What you try to do is to engage and work through those issues, and we believe that that there can be a landing point for our respective trade interests. Obviously, that is something which will be negotiated and negotiated hard because it has an implication for livelihoods in this country. At the end of the day, for us, the interests of the workers and the farmers and the small business and the middle class matters. So when we look at a trade agreement with a country like the United States, you have to be extremely judicious about your position, about what you put on the table.
How optimistic are you at the moment? Are we days away, weeks away, months away potentially years away from just the first part of the trade deal?
Well, look, diplomacy, you're always optimistic, because I'm not saying that as a way of stalling you, which I am, but also because, look, suddenly things can turn around. It can turn around on one weekend. I could tell you on Friday, oh, I don't think it's likely, and maybe it'll happen on Monday, and you will think that I was misleading you. So it can happen.
No, with Trump, we totally get it. Given the fact that on the other side of the negotiating table is President Trump, we won't blame you. We'll get why that happened.
So, we've had, there's no lack of communication. There's no lack of negotiation. It's something which has gone through multiple rounds. We have to see when the call is taken and on what terms. So if you ask me, could it happen soon? My answer would be, sure, very possible. If you say, well, maybe soon may take a little longer, maybe, I don't know.
Hyderabad is set to witness a unique blend of sporting excellence and corporate leadership as the NDTV Golf Pro-Am lands at the Boulder Hills Golf Course and Country Club. This Hyderabad leg marks a significant stop in the nationwide circuit following the successful launch of the series at the NDTV World Summit in October 2025. Time for a short break. Coming up after the break, NDTV Editor-in-Chief Rahul Kanwal speaks to global thinker Ian Bremmer on US President Trump's latest action in Venezuela, threats to Greenland, and the risk these actions pose to the world. Stay tuned and keep watching NDTV.
Every winter, the World Economic Forum at Davos becomes the world's thinking room, where power, policy and purpose converge, where the future is examined and reimagined. In January 2026, NDTV will be at the heart of this conversation. NDTV Ignite at Davos, this January on the NDTV network.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years.
Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
When facts are fragmented, we put the pieces together. Where power collides with truth, we are there.
Behind me is that massive security arrangements that are in place.
Behind fractured boundaries, we clear the fog of war. Fault Lines with Gauri Dwivedi, only on NDTV World.
Given the fact that India invested so much, the Prime Minister himself invested so much in the India-America relationship, are you extremely disappointed with the Trump administration and how transactional they're choosing to be?
Well, look, every government and certainly every American president has their own way of approaching the world. I grant you that in the case of President Trump, it's radically different from how his predecessors did. I think he himself would say that. We have right now a set of issues which the relationship is grappling with. I mean, to me, it's, look, foreign policy doesn't always, everything doesn't go your way all the time on all the issues, on all the relationships. So there will be issues, you know. It is with the US today, it could be with somebody else tomorrow. What you try to do is to engage and work through those issues, and we believe that there can be a landing point for our respective trade interests. Obviously, that is something which will be negotiated and negotiated hard because it has an implication for livelihoods in this country. You know, at the end of the day, for us, the interests of the workers and the farmers and the small business and the middle class matters. So when we look at a trade agreement with a country like the United States, you have to be extremely judicious about your position, about what you put on the table.
How optimistic are you at the moment? Are we days away, weeks away, months away, potentially years away from just the first part of the trade deal?
Well, look, diplomacy, you're always optimistic because I'm not saying that as a way of stalling you, which I am, but also because, look, suddenly things can turn around. It can turn around on one weekend. You know, I could tell you on Friday, oh, I don't think it's likely, and maybe it'll happen on Monday, and you will think that I was misleading you. So it can happen.
No, with Trump, we totally get it. Yeah. Given the fact that on the other side of the negotiating table is President Trump, we won't blame you. We'll get why that happened.
So, we've had, there's no lack of communication. There's no lack of negotiation. It's something which has gone through multiple rounds. We have to see when the call is taken and on what terms. So if you ask me, could it happen soon? My answer would be, sure, very possible. If you say, well, maybe soon may take a little longer, maybe, I don't know.
Every winter, the World Economic Forum at Davos becomes the world's thinking room, where power, policy and purpose converge, where the future is examined and reimagined. In January 2026, NDTV will be at the heart of this conversation. NDTV Ignite at Davos, this January on the NDTV network.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years.
Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Days after Trump attacks Venezuela.
By direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela.
Fast-moving situation.
World on tenterhooks again.
To stick to principles.
Uncertainty, the new reality.
We need total access.
Trump rips up the rules. Global order in flux. What are the top risks of 2026? Top risk guru Ian Bremmer speaks to Rahul Kanwar.
One of the things people think about a lot at the start of every year is what are the risks that are likely to impact the world around me? 2026 started out in extremely dramatic fashion with US Special Forces sweeping into Venezuela to kidnap President Nicolas Maduro and his wife. What are the other bombshells that you need to keep an eye out for as you plan this year? And what are the potential red herrings, things that most people imagine are going to happen but are probably not? I'm joined on this special broadcast live from New York by top global risk guru Ian Bremmer. For 2 decades, Bremmer's Eurasia group has put out this top 10 global risk report. The study is widely tracked because it gives a forewarning on trends and things that you should be looking out for on the global stage. This is what Bremmer and his team do for a living. They anticipate risk and they tell the world about things that they should be looking out for. Bremmer is often right, which is why his reports are taken seriously across the world. Ian Bremmer, welcome to NDTV. It's good to have you with us.
Thank you.
It's
we're all good to see
a
you.
Very happy new year for President Maduro. Did you have to rewrite large parts of the report between the time your team probably took a break for Christmas and came back right after New Year? A lot had already happened.
Yeah, we had the Donroe Doctrine was already a risk on Friday, and this for the first time ever. What we did is we actually took a big paragraph on Venezuela from the Friday draft, and we showed everyone. We put that in the Monday report, and we put it right next to the edited, the rewritten one, so they could kind of see our work, see what we were saying before the invasion and the extraction of Maduro and after. But either way. The Donroe Doctrine is towards the top of our list because the United States is, of course, ripping up its own previous global order, changing the rules on other countries around the world as we speak.
So let's spend some time on the Donroe Doctrine. This comes, of course, from the Monroe Doctrine, except he's putting it into force very quickly, focusing a lot on the Americas. Explain what the theory of the Donroe Doctrine was and how it's already being implemented in Venezuela and what it could potentially mean for countries like Cuba and the others.
Well, the idea is that America's backyard is a priority in the United States, not only keeping other countries out, but being able to determine outcomes that it wants, primarily, but not exclusively militarily. That is not the extent of American ambitions. It does not reflect American isolationism in other parts of the world. The U.S. just concluded its largest ever military sale to Taiwan, and there's all sorts of engagement with Israel about potential strikes in Iran and other such issues. Also, the Western Hemisphere is defined in a Trumpian way. It doesn't just include Canada and Latin America, but also Greenland, which isn't part of the Western Hemisphere, but it is a part of the Donroe Doctrine, and Trump intends to have American sovereignty over Greenland, which is a part of Denmark, of course, a NATO ally of the United States. And, part of this is an extension of America First policies into foreign policy. Part of it is a recognition that the tariffs that were the principal tool to project U.S. power in 2025 now have less force in 2026. Trump is underwater on the economy with his own voters. He has challenges on affordability and inflation with the midterm election coming up. The Chinese pushed back hard, and Trump had to back down as a consequence because he needs China as much as China needs him. So he's now focused in an area where he has a lot more power, which is the military. And he certainly displayed with quite enormous success in Venezuela that he's not only willing to use it, but he's capable of using it for outcomes that he wants.
So let's start right at the top. The first risk that you talk about in your risk report is the fear of a political revolution in the United States. Now, political revolution, one would expect, say, in a place like Iran. I can think of a few other geographies where this is likely. You're essentially telling everyone watching NDTV and reading your report that the main risk that you anticipate is one of a political revolution in the United States. Explain, Ian, to our viewers, what does this political revolution look like? How does it play out through 2026?
So it's not the fear. It's the reality that there is a political revolution underway in the United States that Trump is leading. That is not to say that it will be successful, but it is in process. And the belief is that President Trump sees that the U.S. political system, his view, was weaponized by the Democrats against him and led to an unprecedented 2 impeachments, an unprecedented felony charges and convictions, and sadly precedented near assassination. And he considers, on the basis of that, that the principal enemy of the United States and of President Trump himself, of course, is not the Russians, not the Chinese, not the Iranians, not the North Koreans, but is inside the United States. It's the Democratic opposition. And that as a consequence of that, he must, with urgency, weaponize the power ministries in the U.S., the Department of Justice, the FBI, the IRS, others. He must control and politicize the administrative state, and he must break the checks and balances on executive authority of the American president before 2028. That is urgent, because otherwise he and his family and others are going to be going to jail. And so that is the political revolution that is underway in the United States. And as we see over the last year, the efforts that President Trump has made to ensure that weaponization and politicization of the U.S. political process is far greater than any observers had expected at the beginning of 2025. And the resistance has been more spotty and less strong than any observers would have expected in 2025. So that is, and of course, because the United States is the most powerful country in the world, a political revolution in the U.S. is a pretty big deal.
You know, I'll switch sequence and I'll come to the third risk, which really deals with the Monroe Doctrine and what's happened in Venezuela. Everyone watching at this time wondering, he's gone in, he's pulled the president out. In your view, Ian, what happens next in Venezuela? How does this play out from you?
Well, there was enormous and successful planning over the last 6 months of these strikes on Venezuela. Not only did they get Maduro out into the United States, where he's now in my own city, New York City, just a few blocks away, facing justice, but not a single American serviceman or woman was killed in the military operation. So it was staggeringly successful. No other country could have pulled it off. But there's no plans for governing Venezuela, and this was not regime change. It's regime roulette. You know, spin the dice and see what's next, because Maduro's been removed, but everyone else is still there. And you saw that Trump said that he's going to run Venezuela, but he doesn't mean he's going to run Venezuela. He means that the U.S. has shown that they have military capability to run Venezuela, because if the Venezuelan government doesn't do what they want, and what they want includes ending relations with Russia and Iran and Hezbollah and Cuba, and providing access, preferred access to the U.S. corporations to Venezuelan oil and critical minerals, and stopping the drug export and transit, and maybe includes democratic elections down the road, but that's not a priority for Trump, certainly. It is for Marco Rubio. That if the Venezuelan government doesn't do that, then the U.S. will take military action against them the way they just did against Maduro. So that's the plan. It's not much of a plan in terms of governance. And now Trump is looking at other countries in the region, and he's saying, well, maybe I'll engage in strikes against some of the drug facilities in Colombia or Mexico.
And Cuba. They're talking about how they expect the regime in Cuba to change as well. Do you see that as being likely? Does this extend to other countries in Latin America now, Ian?
Again, not just Cuba, but I think that President Trump wants sovereignty over Greenland. So this is absolutely a feeling that the United States can redraw the map.
Is that posturing, or do you think a few weeks, months later, we'll have you back on this conversation discussing how they just went in? And because, you know, there aren't those many people in Greenland, and who do you get out? So here, you've created a villain out of Maduro, you pulled him out, you look like a macho He-Man with the success of your special forces. In Greenland, who do you get out? It's a lot of barren land.
No. There's no boots on the ground in Greenland. There's no plan for invasion, but there is a plan, or excuse me, there is an intention for the United States to take Greenland, that Trump wants Greenland to no longer belong to Denmark. He wants it to belong to the United States, and he wants some form of agreement directly between the U.S. and the Greenlanders. And he has instructed his administration to come up with that plan. Now, will that be successful? Will they execute on it? How long will they take? I have no idea, because Trump has no idea. But that is the state of play as of right now.
You're cracking me up, and this is not a stand-up comedy show. It's a very serious discussion on global risk, but that's the reality of the situation that we face. So you think at some point in time this year, what probability would you assign to the fact that Trump orders some kind of a military operation on Greenland?
0. It's not, I think that there's, never say 0, 2%, 1%. It's not about military strikes, but I think that there is absolutely going to be political and economic effort and perhaps military pressure, and some will be overt and some will be covert. There might be information campaigns, the rest.
No, but we're seeing the Prime Minister of Denmark push back. We've seen NATO countries push back. The E3 very clearly, firmly push back. France, the United Kingdom, Germany, they're also pushing back. Will Europe be able to stand up in favor of Germany, or when Trump goes in, he just goes in, everybody just has to back off?
In favor of Greenland, you mean, not Germany? Yes, they are finally taking it seriously. And I'm glad they are. They should have taken it seriously months ago. They've seen statements by Stephen Miller. They've certainly recognized the Trump administration is not interested in negotiating directly with them, because the funny thing here, and this is the Alice in Wonderland through the looking glass part of this, is that if Trump wants more security access, basing rights, intelligence stations, if he wants access for resource exploitation, all of those things the Denmark government would be willing to negotiate with it. The only thing that they are not prepared to negotiate is the territorial integrity of Denmark. And Trump is not interested in negotiating with Denmark. So that's the problem, right? Is that the Dawn Road Doctrine is not about a negotiated settlement. It's about America getting the way it wants, when it wants it, unilaterally, and especially against adversaries or friends that Trump believes are too weak to stand up to him.
How do you think
China can stand up to it?
China is likely to decode what's happened in Venezuela, the noises being made on Greenland? How does this impact China's calculus on Taiwan?
Not at all, because China's calculus on Taiwan was never being made because of America standing up for international law. China's calculus on Taiwan was made because Taiwan is an island. It is very well defended. It has critical economic and technological capabilities the Chinese need. So a military effort against Taiwan would be an unacceptable, damaging risk for the Chinese Communist Party. That's why they haven't made that move. Remember, Taiwan is not considered an international issue. It's not a foreign policy for China. China considers Taiwan a domestic political issue. So they're not responding to what the Americans are doing in Venezuela.
Do you at all think it's likely that China makes some moves on Taiwan beyond the military, economic, coercive steps that we've seen, the fighter jets whizzing in the air? Does it stay in this realm or does it go one step further?
The risk report we put out every year is for the year. So if this were a 5-year report and we were talking about 2030, Taiwan would be on the list. But for 2026, it's not on the list. In fact, U.S.-China relations are a red herring this year. Trump is excited about, looking forward to his trip in April to Beijing to meet with President Xi. President Xi will reciprocate and travel to the United States later in the year. They are looking at engaging more on soybeans and semiconductors and other things. And on Taiwan, the Japanese made their tough statements on Taiwan, and the Americans called Takaichi Sanai, the new prime minister, and said you should really cool it down a little bit. So no, we don't think Taiwan is a significant risk this year.
One of the risks you talk about, which is your second risk, is overpowered. The fact that you've got two very different approaches, America betting on the petro economy, China going the EV way, and their different approaches to artificial intelligence. How do you see that risk play out through the year, and which of the two approaches at the end of the year do you think is more likely to have come out to be the right approach?
Yeah, this is, I think, really underappreciated. The fact that the United States, of course, is really betting heavily on oil, gas, and coal. The U.S. is the biggest producer in the world of oil, 13.5 million barrels a day. It is an extraordinary petro state and is exporting a lot. There are, with Venezuela, you know, Trump is not talking about democracy, but he's talking a lot about getting the oil. Now, it's going to take a long time before companies are going to invest and get a lot more out, but that is the orientation. While Trump has described renewable energy as woke climate policy, and he's clawing back American industrial policy to try to support post-carbon energy. Now, the Chinese are the biggest fossil fuel users in the world, and they're building out more coal, but they're also building out unprecedented amounts of nuclear and wind and solar and the batteries to support that and the supply chains to support that. And, you know, fossil fuels are a 20th century energy, and they're not getting cheaper. And post-carbon energy is a 21st century energy, and technology is making it cheaper every day. And so now China has become an electro state, and they're behind the U.S. on AI, but they're way ahead of the U.S. on powering AI. And the Chinese are making a bet that the ability to power and drive your infrastructure and export that to the world is a much better bet than having slightly better AI that you can't actually power. And I fear that this is a huge battle that the Chinese are winning, and the Americans are only fighting with one hand, and not even their strongest hand long term.
You know, I want to come to the fifth report risk that you mentioned. This is about Russia's second front. You talk about the possibility of more action between NATO and Russia, and the fact that it's not just restricted any longer to Ukraine, that even though if it's not a military offensive, but still there is more happening between Russia and NATO. So explain what you think is most likely to happen, and more importantly, how does NATO respond? Because I was reading that report where you think this is the year when NATO really pushes back. Is that hope, or there's more to your assessment than just hope?
There's a question of whether it would be NATO collectively, whether the U.S. would support it, but certainly NATO countries today, particularly frontline countries, the Poles, the Baltics, the Nordics, they are increasingly on the receiving end of very significant and escalating Russian asymmetric warfare. You just saw just last weekend, this past weekend, that there was the Finns detained a Russian ship that was dragging anchor to disrupt fiber cables that were in the water. We've seen drones fly into Poland and Romania, weather balloons from Russia fly into Lithuania. We've seen drones disrupting airports. We've seen telegram payments from Russia going to individuals all over these countries to support vandalism and espionage and efforts to destroy critical infrastructure, even an effort to assassinate the CEO of the largest defense company in Germany. And NATO hasn't really responded to that. So now we see NATO countries talking about whether they would do offensive cyber operations against the Russians, whether they would send counter drones, whether they would send jet fighters to scramble in closer proximity to the Russians, military exercises in areas where the Russians are more lightly defended, all of that. And, you know, the Russia-Ukraine war now, Rahul, has gone on for almost 4 years. And the Russians are losing a lot of people, and the Ukrainians are having a harder time defending. But, you know, the markets have priced in the Russia-Ukraine war. The fact is that there is an asymmetrical war going on between Russia and the frontline NATO states. And if that expands, that is going to be far more dangerous. So that is what we think is the significant risk happening at a time that the Russians see that the Europeans are spending a lot of money on the war and on Ukraine, and the Russians want them to stop. The only way they stop is by breaking up NATO, breaking up Europe, and Trump is giving them more of an opportunity to do that. So that's where we see the escalation.
If Trump acts against Greenland, would that be the end of NATO? Or will they just stay with the alliance in the hope that you actually need America to ward off Russia?
Well, you know, it's kind of interesting you asked that right after the Russia question, because, of course, if Trump were to invade NATO and seize it, that would be the end of NATO. But if Trump engages in a covert campaign to work with Greenland and try to convert Greenlanders to support the U.S., inducing them with money, but also political influence, if he has a more asymmetrical gray campaign the way the Russians might, for example, in frontline countries in NATO or in Moldova or in Georgia, it's very hard for the Europeans to say that's a bright red line, now we're leaving NATO. So, I mean, Trump is not going to make this easy for the Europeans at all.
You know, your last risk is the water weapon, and this is particularly important for a country like India, where we've seen a lot of pushback on the Indus Water Treaty between India and Pakistan. Explain how you see water being weaponized more than what we've seen in previous years, and the implications this has in the Indian context.
Look, it's number 10, so, I mean, of the risks, it's the lowest urgency and likelihood and impact. But it is mattering more than it has in the past. And of course, the suspension of the Indus Treaty between India and Pakistan is one of the contributing reasons for that. The challenges the Americans and the Mexicans are having together, this is all over the world. It's not just developing countries. The Horn of Africa, of course, the Sahel and the lack of water also leading to more radicalization in the region. Water is being more weaponized, and water is also increasingly scarce. And, you know, you really can't talk about an economy without water. And the fact that 2 billion people on the planet are water stressed for more than 1 month a year, and it's hitting, you know, countries all over the world, means that conflicts about water are increasingly spilling over into geopolitical conflicts, and it's being weaponized by countries in these regions.
You talk about this being the drone age, and I found fascinating in your report a mention of how drug cartels in Latin America are actually sending their troops to fight in Ukraine, not so much to help Ukraine, but basically to understand how drone warfare happens so they can then take it back. And even jihadists are doing the same, as they're trying to figure out how to use these drones. What implications might that have across the world this year?
Yeah, I mean, the Ukrainians produced 3.5 million drones in the last year, and they're using them, and they are world-class in those capabilities. The Russians are stepping up their capabilities as well, with the support of Chinese critical minerals, by the way. And they're exporting that know-how and that expertise and that training and the data and the AI that's run on them. We've seen them now used in Brazil. We're seeing them used in the drug wars by the criminals in Brazil, criminal gangs. We've seen them used by drug cartels in Colombia and Mexico, and those numbers are going way up. So, I mean, obviously, this is a risk. It's a risk not just for governments, but also from non-state actors. We expect that the defenses, which will be created, but right now, this is an easy offensive environment to expand.
Your eighth risk is around artificial intelligence. Your headline is AI eats its users. How do you see all the trends, and there's so much noise about this being an AI bubble, how to the extent to which artificial intelligence technologies actually play out in the context of this also being a geopolitical risk?
Look, we're huge believers in AI as a revolutionary technology that is increasing productivity in every sector. It's leading to great inventions. It is improving productivity. It is allowing the humans to have a shot of hitting sustainable development goals that we've been failing on. So these are hugely important things. But the valuations of some key American AI companies are incredibly high. The money that's being spent is in the trillions, and those investors want a return. And to get a return, they're going to need to start commercializing that AI. And particularly the AI that is working with consumers and voters, right? They are being injected into the fabric of society without testing it first. And that is dangerous. It's dangerous in how it programs people. It's dangerous in how it befriends people without being a real person. We've already seen suicides as a consequence. We see more disinformation, more radicalization. We think that absent any effective governance, regulation, or coordination on the AI space, because everyone's racing to take advantage of the staggering gains, that if there's a slowdown or there's a demand for profits, the people that are going to get hurt are the users, the consumer users, and that's what we see as the near-term risk.
Okay, we've spoken of the risks. At the end of this conversation, I want to speak of the red herrings, things that most people think are likely to happen, but you're actually thinking the probability of that happening. You think tariffs as a threat are overstated this year. You've also spoken about deglobalization being a red herring, and how this idea of the world getting divided into spheres of influence also is a red herring according to you. So try and explain why you think that tariffs, especially in the context of India, where do you think we are on that deal with the United States, which everyone says is around the corner, but nobody knows where this corner is?
Yeah. I mean, I know when Trump keeps adding things to the deal after you think it's done, you know, most recently cutting off the energy that you're buying from the Russians, for example. But the Trump administration knows that affordability is a big issue in the U.S., and they know that tariffs are a component of that. So there is more incentive to get the deals done quickly. The Supreme Court's going to have the IEEPA ruling, which will probably constrain Trump's tariff capacity as the president to a degree. And he got hit back by the Chinese. So tariffs was the big story in 2025. It's less of a story in 2026. It's still meaningful. There's still historically high numbers, but not what it was in 2025. That's why he's turning to Donroe Doctrine with much more enthusiasm, as we see in the coming months. And also, this is linked to the U.S.-China detente, which we think will be more stable this year than it was for most.
What's your wager on the India-U.S. trade deal? Does it happen soon or not really?
Yeah. I think the U.S.-India trade deal happens in the first half of the year.
I enjoyed reading your report. I've enjoyed this conversation as well. You've been able to distill some of the risks that people should be looking out for. It's tough to try and put together a risk report, stick your neck out and say this is happening when you've got President Trump at the helm in D.C. Is it the toughest time to be creating these reports? Because the U.S. is essentially dismantling a system that the United States created over two centuries.
Indeed. Well, it helps that we've been doing it for 28 years now. I mean, I'm getting a little grayer, but, you know, so are you. That's okay. We'll see each other in Davos. I'm looking forward to it, man. It's always good talking to you.
Look forward to seeing you in Davos very soon. Thank you very much, Ian Bremmer, for taking out time for NDTV. Thank you.
Bye.
That was Ian Bremmer talking about the Global Risk Report. Elements which feel comic but aren't quite. These are the most definitive risks which will impact what happens in the world around us. I hope you enjoyed this conversation. We're slipping into a break. I'll have a lot more for you when we come back on the other side. Stay with us.
Mr. Q. At Mr. Q Bingo, we tell it how it is.
When players win, they love Q. When players lose, they hate Q. Oh dear. They love Q. Oh, he's not happy. They hate Q. Oh, love Q. Hate Q. Love Q. Oh no, hate Q. It'll grow back. Mr. Q, bingo you love to hate. We kind of love that.
It was so painful to watch.
I sat there and I held her hand. She just went. Although people don't like to talk about it, but we're getting older, it has to be done.
Yeah, you gotta have that conversation about wills.
Start to think about, well, what would I do? Where would I want to leave things?
Give more end-of-life care. Search Marie Curie Will Talk to get your free will guide.
Hey Sainsbury's, usual big shop. Can you save me a few quid?
Well, Wayne, try your Nectar prices.
My what?
Your Nectar prices. In your Nectar app, you'll find personalised discounts on up to 10 things you love. It's personalised to you, Wayne. Too personalised?
Yeah, just a touch.
Agreed, we'll stick to prices. Save every week with your Nectar prices. Sainsbury's, good food for all of us.
You need to know the truth about the abuse the world's donkeys are suffering. It's suffering that's often hidden from view in cramped, filthy pens, where they endure lives filled with fear and pain. Pain that cuts deep and wounds right to their very hearts. It's shocking to even think it, but right now, so many of the world's donkeys are being poisoned by plastics or being worked to exhaustion. And the truth is, to some, these innocent animals are worth more dead than alive. We can't leave them to suffer like this. Please, will you join us in the fight to protect our precious donkeys? You can by calling 0800 035 9309 and giving £2 a month to the Donkey Sanctuary. When you do, you will help us rescue and care for donkeys here in the UK and defend them from cruelty all around the world. We are working tirelessly to create a better world for donkeys, but we can only do it with your help. So please call 0800 035 9309, text TRUTH6 to 78866, or search Donkey Truth to give £2 a month to the Donkey Sanctuary. Because the world's donkeys need you to protect them right now.
If you have cancer, it might affect your finances, but Macmillan Support is just a free call away.
Can I claim any benefits?
Whether you need benefits advice,
what if I can't afford my bills?
Struggling with bills,
How am I going to support my family?
money worries,
What happens now?
or just need someone to talk to. Whatever you need to ask about money, benefits and cancer, we're here 7 days a week. Call us free now on 0808 239 1000.
Get sorted for the new year with full fibre deals on the UK's best broadband technology, with non-stop browsing, gaming, and working, all for only $27.99 a month. Plus, we're the only major provider who will give you up to £300 to switch. So switch to EE today. Offer ends 29th of January.
Sharp's biggest ever half-price sale is now on. Get Sharp's bespoke fitted furniture for every room, from living spaces to home offices and bedrooms. All ranges are now half price, including our best-selling shaker range. Our exclusive Space Plus system means we won't be beaten on space. Plus, you get our 15-year guarantee for total peace of mind. Sharp's biggest ever half-price sale is now on. Book your free home design visit today at sharps.co.uk.
Unexpected expense? Drafty's got your back. Borrowing £100 for a month costs less than £6. Apply at drafty.co.uk.
When our pets are happy, we see it in their eyes. Trusting, playful, relaxed. But look into some animals' eyes and you'll see something very different. Pain, fear, and rejection. All too often, their suffering goes unseen, behind closed doors. But at the RSPCA, we see them every single day, and we won't turn a blind eye. We'll rescue them from starvation, beatings, and neglect. But we can't do it without you. Please call 0800 032 1704 or text EYES to 84901 to give £2 a month. Because animals in urgent need depend on the RSPCA for their survival. And together, we can be there for them. Every day, your donation will help rescue more animals from misery and danger, and help more of them recover with expert care and love, until they can trust in people again. So please, start giving today and put the happiness back in their eyes. Call 0800 032 1704, text EYES to 84901, or visit our website to start your monthly gift today. Thank you.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, Mamta versus Enforcement Directorate in the Supreme Court. We'll get you all the details. Also, Tamil star Sivakarthikeyan's much anticipated film Parasakti is running to packed halls. We'll get you those details as well. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. The Mamta Banerjee versus the Enforcement Directorate battle reaches the Supreme Court with the West Bengal government's appeal in the top court over the ED raids on election consultant IPAC. As Tamil star Sivakarthikeyan's much-anticipated film, his 25th Parasakti hits theatres, the DMK post-Tamil Vazga invoking the Dravidian-era anti-Hindi agitation, amplifying the film's core theme, while Kamal Hassan said the need to define timelines for certification. Meanwhile, Vijay's last film, Jananayagan, which was to release today, is stalled, sparking a political storm. Chief Minister Stalin says the censor board is being weaponized by the BJP. Saduddin Owaisi's remark on a burqa, woman prime minister, sparks a row. He says India's constitution is inclusive. The BJP hits back, says go to Islamabad. Yet another Hindu youth named Joy Mahapatro has been killed in Bangladesh. This was on January 8th. His family claims he was beaten and later poisoned. He died in ICU. And the Hyderabad edition of the NDTV Golf Pro-Am tees off. Pros, power players and amateurs all hit the greens. Some breaking news now coming in on our top story. The Mamta Banerjee versus Enforcement Directorate, and the ED has now moved the Supreme Court in the case involving its raids on IPAC in West Bengal in Kolkata. The IPAC case, the Enforcement Directorate reaches the Supreme Court. The West Bengal government, remember, has already filed a caveat in the top court seeking a hearing before any order is passed. And now the Enforcement Directorate too has approached the top court. Well, let's go across to Shreyashi for all the latest on this. Shreyashi, so now this battle of the West Bengal government versus the Enforcement Directorate reaching the top court. Give us the details.
Well, this now hints at the ED's urgency in getting this case heard in the court. While on Friday here at the Calcutta High Court, the matter was listed before a single bench but could not be heard because of the commotion inside the courtroom at Calcutta High Court. And the matter was adjourned till the 14th of January, giving quite a bit of time before the allegations against the West Bengal government and an attempt to stall the investigation that the ED has made could be heard. So now the ED approaching the Supreme Court goes on to show the kind of urgency they are showing in this matter. They want to get a legal clearance to go ahead and continue with their investigations in the alleged coal smuggling scam under which it raided IPAC office and its director and co-founder Prateek Jain's residence here in Kolkata earlier.
All right, Shreshi, thanks so much for joining us with all of those details. All right, more breaking news now coming in, and Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has responded to the ongoing row surrounding the Malayalam Language Bill 2025. This amid escalating tensions with Karnataka asserting that the apprehensions raised do not reflect the facts or the inclusive spirit of the legislation passed by the Kerala Assembly, adding that the bill contains a clause that particularly safeguards the rights of linguistic minorities. So the Chief Minister there trying to clarify Kerala's position on this particular bill, the Malayalam language bill that has raised concerns in Karnataka. The Chief Minister has written, the apprehensions raised regarding the Malayalam language bill do not reflect the facts or inclusive spirit of the legislation, saying Kerala's progress has always been rooted in comprehensive development anchored in equality and brotherhood, that the government remains steadfast in upholding the constitutional values of secularism and pluralism. And on that front, he goes on to say particularly the Kannada and Tamil speaking communities. Well, let's go across to Ashwin for more on this. And Ashwin, so interesting, the Kerala Chief Minister really addressing these concerns that have been raised by Karnataka leaders, by Congress leaders there, raising concerns about, the border districts, and the Kerala Chief Minister saying that the interests of any, non-Malayalam speaking communities will be protected.
Absolutely. In very diplomatic words, Gauri, the Chief Minister of Kerala, Pinarayi Vijayan, has stated the allegations and the fear raised by Karnataka Chief Minister does not stand any case. In fact, there is not even a case at all, where he has clearly quoted the 7th section of the particular bill that has been introduced in the Legislative Assembly, where it says that Tamil and Kannada linguistic minorities do not have to follow this particular bill which has been introduced, where first language will become Malayalam. And this has specifically been mentioned as part of the bill, and therefore clarifying that Siddaramaiah need not worry about this, and those who are bringing out this allegation clearly is not understood the significance and the main context and the content of the bill that has been introduced in the Kerala Legislative Assembly, thereby dismissing all the fears and allegations made by the Karnataka Chief Minister.
All right, Ashwin, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. And staying on the topic of language and politics, let's bring you news now from Tamil Nadu. It's a big day for Tamil star Sivakarthikeyan. After months of anticipation, his much-awaited film Parasakthi finally hit theatres today. In fact, it's running to packed halls. Remember, this is a film that talks about the language battles back in the 60s and 50s in Tamil Nadu. For months, after months of anticipation, this film hitting the theatres. And speaking exclusively to NDTV's Lata Srinivasan, Sivakarthikeyan reacted to the delay in release of TVK chief Vijay's Jananayagan. Remember, that is Vijay's last film. And he said the postponement was unexpected, adding that he hoped audiences would have watched both films together. Now, if we tell you more about Parasakthi, it's a period drama set in the 1960s which focuses on the anti-Hindi imposition movement in Tamil Nadu. So it is something that is very timely right now, coming just ahead of the assembly elections. The film is also backed by the DMK government. Earlier, Parasakthi was slated to clash at the box office with Jananayagan, setting up a high-stakes release battle. And on release day, the DMK posted Tamil Vazga, invoking the Dravidian-era anti-Hindi agitation, which really was amplifying the film's core theme.
First day, first show of actor Sivakarthikeyan's Parasakthi is over. With me, a few fans at the Rohini Silver Screens. Tell me about the story.
Language war, that's time it's running. Made up of movie, it's a inspiration story. Movie, it's very nice.
How did Sivakarthikeyan do?
This acting was always great, and I'm not expect this.
Would this film do well at the box office?
Yes, compulsory, 100%.
The larger message about language.
Language is a freedom. Because language is a connecting from feelings or emotions. Okay, so language is always don't disturb any freedoms.
The acting of Sivakarthikeyan and Ravi Mohan.
I think Ravi Mohan did an excellent job. For the first time, we've seeing him as an antagonist, and he's performed really well. It was very nice, really fascinating to see him perform like that. And Sivakarthikeyan has also done a great job. I think the biggest plus of the movie would be the dialogues. It's very, giving you the sentiment that Tamilians are always very sentimental with their language.
I still feel SK will be the one who will get the top slot, and hopefully he holds on to it for a very long time.
How did Sudha Kongra, the director, do the film?
Sudha Kongra was doing good, but censor certificate asked them to remove 26 scenes from them.
Sivakarthikeyan and Atharva acting was.
Tell me about Atharva,
Yeah, it was superb.
Thank you so much for your time. So the audience we spoke to at least love the film. There's no competition from Jananayagan at least till now, and the producers will be hoping that the film will keep ringing at the box office. At the Rohini Silver Screens in Chennai with Kumar, Sam Daniel, Find It TV.
Meanwhile, the Prime Minister is all set to visit the Somnath temple on the occasion of Somnath Swabhiman Parv, which marks 1,000 years since Mahmud Ghazni laid siege to the temple. The Prime Minister will participate in chanting of Omkar Mantra and view a drone show, and is set to perform a puja as well and address a rally tomorrow. Now, the Prime Minister has hailed the legacy of Somnath temple ahead of his visit, claiming it is a symbol of India's cultural unity as it was rebuilt repeatedly even after multiple attacks, a testament to the faith of millions. The BJP slammed the Congress, claiming that Jawaharlal Nehru harbored hatred for Somnath and went out of his way to prevent the President Rajendra Prasad from attending the ceremony. The Congress has dismissed the BJP's charge, saying that they are based on half-truths, claiming that Nehru only objected to the usage of public funds to build the temple.
Somnath Swabhiman Parv is all about India's deep-rooted faith towards Somnath, towards Lord Shiva, and also towards India's civilizational roots. NDTV right now is reporting from the incredible Somnath temple, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be coming to offer special prayers. And also right behind me, you can see this magnificent temple here that has stood here through the test of time. And in fact, for the last 1,000 years, there has been the victory of faith over evil. This is the same place where Mahmud of Ghazni came to destroy not just the Somnath temple, but also the entire Hindu faith and Indian civilization. But here we are, from 1026 to 2026. Now, the Somnath temple stands here, and of course, there will be special prayers that will be held by Prime Minister Narendra Modi out here. He will be accompanied by the priests of the Jyotirlings of India. And of course, there will be special prayers offered by the local communities here who have, gathered here, and also the women folk who take care of this particular temple. The entire area is almost garlanded with flowers. There are several preparations that have been made here. Of course, there is heavy security arrangement also at this particular temple. And Prime Minister will be arriving here. He will be speaking to the people. He'll be speaking about India's pride and the Sanatan Dharma and the Hindu civilization that has stood here in spite of challenges, in spite of all the odds. If I take you a little further, this is the location where Prime Minister will be actually taking a walk through this entire route, and thereafter the Prime Minister will be holding special prayers inside the temple, and of course he will be interacting with the people about the message of the Swabhiman Parv and what this really means. This means that our temples have been destroyed, Hindu civilization has been destroyed several times by people inimical to India's interest, to the interest of the Bharatvarsh, to the interest of the Hindu civilization. But yet, here we are, standing strong with strength, with power, with commitment, and with also strategic autonomy. And that's what the Hindu faith is all about. That's what India is all about. And that's what secularism of India is all about. So here we are. This is the temple where the incredible grand prayers will be taking place. And each and every Indian from Gujarat to Jammu and Kashmir, from West Bengal to deep down in Kerala, will be proud of not just the Somnath, but the entire Indian civilization and how we are taking it forward. Reporting from the Somnath temple here in Gujarat, this is Aditya Raj Kaul for NDTV.
All right, some breaking news now coming in from Ayodhya, and a man has been detained at the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya, and this after, according to sources, the man tried to offer namaz at the Ram Mandir, so extremely controversial there and clearly a troublemaker. The man raised religious slogans as well, according to the information that has been received. This is an old man who has been taken into custody for engaging in religious activity inside the Ram temple premises. Let's go across to Ajay Dubey for more. Ajay, give us the details. What exactly happened here?
It was a very surprising incident happened in the Ram temple premises, and while there were three individuals who were getting inside from the gate of Rampath, and while they were getting inside, they tried to started shouting religious slogan. At that time only, the local people, they tried to stop them, and later on police reached, and right now they are under custody and police is interrogating them. There are three individuals, 2 male, 1 female, and it is very surprising how they reached inside, and they just did not reach inside. They started shouting slogans. It is very surprising. Now police is investigating. Are they part of any group? Are they planning something? So right now investigation is going on. We are trying to communicate with the senior bureaucrats and to get more details on this issue. But right now they're trying to get more and more information from these three individuals. And apart from this also, they are also investigating Kashmiri individuals inside the Ayodhya. Though the distributors of dry fruits, the sellers of dry fruit, they are also interrogating them. Are they part of the same group?
All right, thanks so much, Ajay, for joining us with those details. So a man there raising slogans and trying to offer namaz at the Ram temple has been taken into custody. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and updates continue on the other side. Stay with us.
No child should suffer the torture of trachoma, but so many are in pain right now. Nananga's lashes have turned inwards. They rip and tear away at his eyes. Pomelo's sight could be gone forever. He's just 3 years old. Kofanga screams for his mother. His eyes are so infected that he can't even see her. For so many children in the world's poorest countries, trachoma is torture. It's a painful infection often spread by flies, and it's destroying children's eyesight. But it could be stopped if you help today. By calling 0800 021 3925 and giving £2 a month to Sightsavers, you can help make sure children get the treatment they desperately need. You'll help us bring them the medicines and the care that can treat infections. And that means you'll be helping to save children from the torture of trachoma and a life of blindness. Please help us reach them. Call 0800 021 3925, text C7 to 82727, or go online and give just £2 a month now. Because we need you to help save the sight of children like Nananga. We need you to help save them from the torture of trachoma.
Mr. Q! At Mr. Q Bingo, we tell it how it is. When players win, they love Q. When players lose, they hate Q. Oh dear. They love Q. Oh, he's not happy. They hate Q. Oh, love Q. Hate Q. Love Q. Oh no, hate Q. It'll grow back. Mr. Q, bingo you love to hate. We kind of love that.
Sorry to interrupt your day, but I was recently diagnosed with dementia. I'll need help when I can no longer button a shirt or use a knife and fork. I'll need help when I can no longer recognize the faces of the people I love. And we will all need help to develop medicine to end the devastation of dementia. I can't do this alone.
It will take a society to beat dementia. Alzheimer's Society.
Hey Sainsbury's, usual big shop. Can you save me a few quid?
Well, Wayne, try your Nectar prices.
My what?
Your Nectar prices. In your Nectar app, you'll find personalised discounts on up to 10 things you love. It's personalised to you, Wayne. Too personalised?
Yeah, just a touch.
Agreed, we'll stick to prices. Save every week with your Nectar prices. Sainsbury's, good food for all of us.
Get sorted for the new year with full fibre deals on the UK's best broadband technology with non-stop browsing, gaming, and working, all for only $27.99 a month. Plus, we're the only major provider who will give you up to £300 to switch. So switch to EE today. Offer ends 29th of January.
Unexpected expense? Drafty's got your back. Borrowing £100 for a month costs less than £6. Apply at drafty.co.uk.
I urgently need to ask for your help on behalf of animals at risk right now. With the pandemic came a surge in pet ownership. And sadly, we're now seeing a serious rise in neglect, cruelty and abuse. Our services are being stretched to the limit. To make matters worse, our costs are soaring too. But we refuse to let animals suffer. So please, act now to help rescue the growing number of animals who've never needed us more. Please call or text the number on screen now to give £2 a month to the RSPCA. In one of the toughest times we have ever experienced, your gift will make all the difference to animals. You could help provide more life-saving treatment, food, shelter, and the loving care that many have never known. We know there are millions of you who, like us, care deeply and won't stand by while animals are suffering. We have to reach those trapped in a life of abuse and neglect before it's too late. Because for many, the RSPCA is their only hope. But we can only come to the rescue with the support of people like you. So please, will you help us be there no matter what? Call 0800 313 4392 or text RSPCA to 78866 to start your monthly gift today. Thank you.
Don't miss Sharp's biggest ever half-price sale. Get Sharp's bespoke fitted furniture for every room, from living spaces to home offices and bedrooms. All ranges are now half price, including our must-have Manhattan range. Our exclusive Space Plus system means we won't be beaten on space. Plus, you get our 15-year guarantee for total peace of mind. Don't miss Sharp's biggest ever half-price sale. Book your free home design visit today at sharps.co.uk.
Whatever you need to ask about cancer, Macmillan's free support line is just a call away.
Hello, Macmillan.
Whether it's money...
Am I going to lose my job?
Getting on with life.
Can I still go abroad? Get insurance?
Or just need someone to listen.
How do I tell them?
Our specialist advisors are here to help as often as you need them. Whatever you need to ask, cancer, money, life, call us now on 0808 134 1000.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
lens of diplomacy and foreign affairs? What is the transformation that you're seeking, not just next year, but in time moving forward? And what does transforming tomorrow mean to you, Dr. Jaishankar?
You know, obviously transforming tomorrow can have a variety of meanings to each person in their own profession or their calling. Or as as an Indian, I can think of what tomorrow would mean for India. So if I were to put it all together, I mean, clearly all of us would like to see tomorrow an India which would be economically much stronger, which would technologically be much more so. And I feel, people don't always make that correlation as strongly as they do, which would, build up its manufacturing. That too is a conviction I hold very deeply, that, we should be industrial power. But from my particular perspective, tomorrow where we are actually able to navigate what I foresee as almost a generation of uncertainty. After all, look at it this way. Many of the assumptions that we held just a few years ago, perhaps the key assumptions are all a question mark. We had an assumption that globalization is here to stay. It is, in a manner of speaking, but it is under severe challenge in many ways. We had an assumption that the United States will always be a stabilizer of the international system. I think that's a very questionable assumption.
When facts are fragmented, we put the pieces together. Where power collides with truth, we are there.
Behind me is that massive security arrangements that are in place.
Behind fractured boundaries, we clear the fog of war. Fault Lines with Gauri Dwivedi, only on NDTV World.
Welcome to another edition of Fault Lines. Viewers, I'm Gauri Dwivedi, and this week the big story on Fault Lines is Iran's protests that are spreading like wildfire. Is it now time up for its supreme leader, Ayatollah Khomeini? We talk about that. The next story this week on Fault Lines, the ice firestorm that is in the US after a 38-year-old woman was shot dead in Minnesota, who, by the way, was born in America. And then we tell you in Ukraine why the secret operations head has been sacked and what's the politics behind it. But first up, the big story that we are tracking straight up, we take you to the action in West Asia, where Iran is on the edge. Streets are filling, protests are spreading across cities and inside small towns. The chants against the supreme leader are only growing louder. The economic shock turned nationwide eruption now stretches all the way from Tehran's Grand Bazaar to university campuses and Kurdish towns in the west. This is Iran's second biggest unrest since 2022, and unfolding just months after a bruising war abroad. And it exposes deep cracks at home. First, we take you through what is really happening right now, and then we tell you Iran's protest culture, rooted in the 1979 Islamic Revolution. It keeps returning to the streets, but I'm going to tell you why this time is different.
It started with the currency, the Iranian rial crashing to nearly 1.45 million to the dollar. The development wiped out purchasing power overnight. Then came the shutdowns. Tehran's fabled bazaar, the very heart of Iran's economy, closed its shutters. It was a rare and powerful signal the Islamic regime overlooked. Within days, the unrest spread. Students, workers, shopkeepers. More than 110 cities and towns across all 31 provinces
are now touched by protests. Security forces moved in with tear gas and pellet guns.
ما با معترض حرف میزنیم، باید حرف بزنن مسئولین با معترض، اما با اغتشاشگر حرف زدن فایده ای نداره. اغتشاشگر رو باید به جای خودش نشاند.
Rights groups say at least 36 people are dead, over 2,000 arrested. Among the victims, children. What makes 2026 different is who is leading. Not activists, not politicians, but traders. The Bazaris, once loyal to the system, they are now openly defiant. Inflation is nearing 40%. Food prices are up more than 70%. Sanctions are back in full force after last year's war with Israel and the US.
دولت یه مصوبه ای رو داره که در اون مصوبه بنا شد که به همه خانوارهای ایرانی تاکید میکنم هم ساکن ایران باشن و هم ایرانی باشن به ازای هر فرد خانوار 1,000,000 تومان در ماه تعلق بگیره.
The government is offering cash subsidies, just $7 a month. But the same government is warning protesters to know their place. But Iran's streets are answering back. Bureau Report, NDTV World.
Now, viewers, these protests may look sudden, but they are the latest chapter in a long story of resistance. To understand why Iran keeps returning to the streets, we have to go back decades. Moments that turned Iran's streets into its loudest political voice. Let's put that out first and foremost in terms of where all it happened. First up, in 1979, of course, is when the Islamic Revolution took place, where about 2,000 to 3,000 people were killed and thousands were detained. But that's just one aspect of Iran's protest culture. In 1999, there was a student uprising that took place where about 4 protesters were killed. Anywhere between 1,200 to 1,400 people were detained. Remember, a lot of these statistics, one has to rely on reports because Iran is not open to global media the way other countries are. In 2009 was the Green Movement, where over 100 people were dead and 4,000 people were detained. These are again reports that came in that happened in 2009. In 2019 is when there was a fresh revolt that took place. 300 people were killed that time. Over 7,000 people were detained. Then comes the 2022 inflection point, the anti-hijab protest that rocked Iran, where about 500 people were killed, 20,000 were detained, when women came out and said that they cannot be told how they should wear their hair. But it didn't stop there. Now these protests that are engulfing Iran, 111 cities are now under Iran's protests in some form or the other, where 34 people have been killed till now and about 2,000 people on the upper end of the average of the data that we have been detained so far, even as the protest continues and spreads across the country. Now, if you take off your blinkers to understand what really is happening, this time these protest viewers are different. When there's no food on the table, when inflation is 45%, when the currency has a run, then ideology takes a back seat. No amount of policing can hold back a people that are struggling for 2 meals on the table for themselves and their family. And what's the Ayatollah Khomeini regime bothered about? How women are wearing their hair. But that doesn't matter this time around anymore, because even the most ardent supporters of Khomeini are now backing these protests. Those who weren't doing so in 2022 are joining on the streets. Take a look, some of those videos that are coming in that tell you exactly how women, even the most conservative ones, are now part of this. And let's be clear, this will not end suddenly. There will be bloodshed, possibly more than the one that the world saw during the anti-hijab protests in 2019, when estimates were much higher than what the official data suggests. But the number this time could be higher. And let's remember, there are 2 variables to how this may end. The first and most important variable is when and in what form Donald Trump's administration will intervene into what's happening in Iran. And the second important variable is that the clarion call may have been given by Raza Pahlavi, where thousands took to streets. But the larger question is, do Iranians want to return to monarchy, or do they now want a democratic republic where they have a say in how their country is governed. And that will dictate which way Iran goes from here. Next up on Fault Lines, viewers, is a chilling number, a grim milestone. 2025 is now the deadliest year for ICE custody deaths in more than 2 decades of the authorities acting in America. Watching a record that last was seen in 2004, 32 lives have been lost, men, women from around the world. Some new arrivals seeking refuge, others who had lived in America for decades. All died while being in federal immigration custody. This as enforcement surged, detention centers filled, and oversight came under intense scrutiny. We break down what exactly happened, when it escalated, and why 2025, when Donald Trump is in office, has stood apart. First up, let's get you some of those numbers that really best tell you how things stack up in 2025 as against the years before that. 32 deaths in custody, not a small number. These are not numbers. These are not statistics. These are people. These are families being broken because of somebody deciding to act in haste. Deadliest since 2004. 22 years it's operated. What happened this year? The only thing many people are able to put together is this was a year when Donald Trump administration came to power, and this is part of their core governance agenda. 68,440 people have been detained mid-December, till mid-December, of which, now this is very important, of which 75% did not have a criminal conviction, which means 3 out of the 4 people that I just mentioned did not have a criminal conviction. On what basis were they chosen? On what grounds were they identified? What is the criteria that is undertaken and followed by these authorities? Those are the questions, because unless they are not driven by data, then there's discretion, and whenever there is discretion, there is scope for error. And that's exactly what happened in the case of Rini Good as well. Now, as you see, in 2025 alone, ICE held nearly 75,000 people at once, 3/4 with no criminal convictions. Mind you, deaths came from heart failure, seizures, strokes, tuberculosis, and some also committed suicide. December became the deadliest month. Advocates warn overcrowding, delayed care. They are turning detention centers into danger zones. ICE insists that death rates remain low. Critics say that these numbers don't tell the human stories. Let's now trace the history of ICE, the flashpoints that shaped it, and how this year, the one that just went by, 2025, became a year that will be remembered for all the wrong reasons. Take a look.
You're criminal! You're criminal!
To ICE, get the out of Minneapolis.
Who keeps us safe? We keep us safe!
It began as enforcement, it has now transformed into a reckoning. Immigration and Customs Enforcement was created in 2003. It was born out of the post-9/11 security overhaul designed to protect borders, enforce immigration law, and remove threats. But from the start, enforcement collided with controversy, and deportations were the first massive flashpoint.
You shot someone! You shot someone!
During the Obama years, ICE carried out record removals, peaking at more than 400,000 deportations a year. This earned the administration the label deporter in chief. Then came the second flashpoint, family deportations. In 2018, under President Trump's first term, ICE enforced the zero tolerance policy. It separated thousands of children from parents at the border. These images of children in detention ignited global outrage. The biggest flashpoint and the most contentious, detention centers. For years together, advocates have warned of overcrowding, poor medical care, and deaths in custody. Talk about hunger strikes or lawsuits. ICE facilities have become flashpoints, with critics arguing detention has well outpaced oversight. Then came 2025. As enforcement ramped up, detention numbers rose. Facilities filled faster than systems could respond. 32 people died in ICE custody, highest in 20 years. Some were asylum seekers, some long-time residents, some died of heart failure, seizures, strokes, others just by suicide. Families say cries for help went unanswered. ICE disputes these claims, says care was provided and death rates remain low. But December alone saw 6 deaths, the deadliest month of the year. Clearly now, it's more about responsibility than just safeguarding borders. Bureau Report, NDTV World.
Irina Sukuman joins me on the broadcast. She's a human rights and national security attorney. Irina, thanks much for speaking to me on Fault Lines. Let me start by asking you, a 38-year-old woman, mother of 3, shot at on point-blank distance, even though some conflicting reports may be coming in about the sequence of events. The question is, how is now the family of Rini Good going to get justice, and who will give her justice?
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, this is not the first time someone died in police custody or as a result of federal enforcement action. Actually, the next day after this incident, federal agents apparently lethally shot 2 individuals in Portland. Lawsuits are not uncommon in such situations. Essentially, the families of the deceased or in some cases survivors of police violence sue the local authorities, or in this case it's going to be the federal government. Whether or not these lawsuits will be successful depends on the fact-finding.
Irina, now is this the new template as far as the Trump administration is concerned? They're going to go after whoever they think is not, or whoever they think is radical enough, aligned to the left, even though no proof is given? Is this the new template?
It seems to me that what the Trump administration said and what it's doing are 2 different things, because their explicit comments were that they would only be, that in the phase 1, the first year or so of ICE enforcement, they would be targeting only people with criminal records, or at least violent criminal records and other criminal records. Also, they claimed that they would only be targeting people involved in illegal activity during the protest. But it seems to me that hiring ICE agents who are not properly trained may be a factor more than any broad policy decision. It may be that you have people who are volunteers, who do not have a law enforcement background, who are not trained in the use of non-lethal force during detentions, and who then overreact to incidents that would otherwise be handled differently.
You know, which brings me to ask that there is videographic proof. There are now also eyewitness accounts, all of which seem to suggest that the ICE, authorities who came in, they acted in haste, and some say they actually targeted Rini Good. The point is, how does now ICE operate going forward? And if this is how it's going to operate, what should those who are going to be at the receiving end of this do about it? Can they take legal recourse? What is it that they can do?
Of course, individuals who are not involved in any sort of violence against the law enforcement can pursue legal action. But of course, the problem is legal action may take years. It's also expensive to do, even as class action lawsuits against the federal authorities. And by the time they get around to settling on any sum of money, the Trump administration is may likely be gone from office, and so it's going to be on taxpayers rather than anyone from the administration to serve out any financial relief in terms of any sort of criminal justice to specific individuals. That's going to be a difficult line to pursue, because DOJ obviously has no interest in highlighting any sort of abuses or negligence.
Irina, very quickly, finally, I'm asking you this, that this is a year when midterm elections will take place later in the year. For Donald Trump's core voter base, the MAGA base, the crackdowns on illegal immigrants is very important. And one expects ICE to probably build up on this going forward. Do you think so?
I think that will be the way that the Trump administration will try to cater to its base. But quite frankly, I don't think that's going to serve them well in the midterm elections. I think even some in the MAGA camps are concerned about the way this is being handled. It's also having the crackdowns are also having economic consequences because people who are not violators of laws are being pursued. Green card holders, people who have committed no crimes or infractions are being targeted for deportation, and it's costing jobs. It's causing economic problems that are compounding ongoing tariff-related issues. And I think want to hit Trump supporters.
All right, Irina, I'm going to leave it there. Thanks much for joining me on that story. And viewers, so this brings us to the blinkers off segment on the show. By normalizing a brutal killing of a person with no criminal record, the authorities have set a dangerous precedent. Vice President J.D. Vance has suggested that Rennie Good was part of a broad left-linked network, indicating that anything can be justified in the name of just saying that it was part of the radical left thought. 23 years after it was created to protect America against illegal immigrants, ICE personnel have now gone feral. Most of them do not have adequate training. Most of them are not trained to handle situations that finally led to Rennie Good losing her life. The instance is a grim reminder of what it's like to be in Trump's America, what it's like to be at the receiving end of some of these policies that are now mainstreamed and so important in Trump's governance agenda. All right, viewers, on that note, I'm slipping into a very short break. Coming back on the other side, telling you more about, well, what's the inside track about Ukraine and the reason why one of its most coveted chiefs have been sacked. Stay with us.
Family life. It's made of ups and downs and those little moments. But should the unthinkable happen to you? Life insurance from Legal & General can help look after monthly bills, the roof over their heads, childcare costs, and most importantly, your family. Premiums start from £5 a month and they never rise. Plus there's a £100 gift card after you apply. Legal & General. Ensure life goes on.
Mr. Q! At Mr. Q Bingo, we tell it how it is. When players win, they love Q. When players lose, they hate Q. Oh dear. They love Q. Oh, he's not happy. They hate Q. Oh, love Q. Hate Q. Love Q. Oh no, hate Q. It'll grow back. Mr. Q, bingo you love to hate. We kind of love that.
Oh, you want weight loss advice?
Weight loss? Actually, what you want to do...
You should try it. Ooh, my secret is...
Check out my 7-step...
I swear by an egg a day.
Forget that, you
Ready.
so amazing. Happily say so.
Just keep dancing.
Podcast.
Advice.
Or you could try MedExpress. MedExpress. Healthcare without the noise.
أنا أخواتي بيموتوا من الجوع ما نصير تغذية كمان بيغوا بالليل بيبكوا من الجوع يعني ما بنحسن يعني نعمل لهم أكل أيام كتل ولم فلا من قهر فون مليون جنيه فون مليون يا شغل.
For Khaltoon, Tariq and Basira, seeing their siblings suffer from malnutrition is heartbreaking. They are among the millions of children caught in a global hunger crisis that continues to get worse. Across the world, families are struggling to find food because of conflict, displacement, and extreme weather. We urgently need your help right now to fight acute hunger and malnutrition. Please search Save the Children or visit savethechildren.org.uk to give £5 a month. Your £5 a month can help us provide life-saving food and medical care and help families with lasting solutions to beat hunger. Help children like Khartoum so they don't have to watch their siblings suffer. No child should go hungry, so please donate today. Search Save the Children or visit savethechildren.org.uk to give £5 a month. Thank you.
And finally, viewers, I take you to the heart of Zelensky's latest defense shakeup. And why is the Ukrainian president being slammed for removing his top special ops commander from office? The man who actually was part of the elite group that took down Russia's famed Black Sea fleet. What happened? This report answers that for you.
A major shakeup at the heart of Ukraine's war machine. This as the fight with Russia grinds on and peace talks hang in the balance. President Volodymyr Zelensky has replaced the heads of Ukraine's two most powerful intelligence agencies, a move drawing sharp criticism from within the country's security establishment. The directors of the SBU and military intelligence, both credited with some of Ukraine's boldest and most secretive strikes, have been removed in the largest intelligence reshuffle of the war. Among them, Kirilo Budanov, the mastermind behind the audacious drone and naval attacks deep inside Russian territory. He's now been moved into the president's office as chief of staff. It's a powerful role, but one far closer to politics than to the battlefield. Ukraine's intelligence services have stunned the world, from smuggled drones hitting Russia's strategic bomber fleet to explosive sea drones crippling Moscow's navy in the Black Sea. Operations praised by allies and feared by Russia. But critics warn this reshuffle risks disrupting active operations and may also be politically motivated. Several senior generals have publicly urged President Zelensky to reverse course, warning that the changes could fracture command at a critical moment. While loaded for battlefield success, Ukraine's domestic intelligence agency has faced accusations of targeting political opponents, allegations its leaders vehemently deny. As Ukraine prepares for a long war or a fragile peace, the intelligence overhaul exposes the tension at the core of a nation fighting for survival, where power, politics, and national security, all three collide.
With that, we wrap things up on this edition of Fault Lines. Thanks so much for watching.
Oh no! What's happened?
It's the car. Total nightmare. Completely packed up.
What are you going to do?
It's okay. I've got Drafty.
Drafty gives you a pot of cash up to £3,000, and borrowing £100 for 30 days costs just under £6. Just go online and apply now, and the money will be sent to your bank in 90 seconds.
It's easy. Just visit drafty.co.uk.
Let me tell you more about Drafty, a different way to borrow. If life throws you unexpected bills, if your washing machine just threw in the towel, literally, or if your car has lost its drive, visit drafty.co.uk and apply today.
There are no application fees and no early repayment fees. Simple. If you're a UK resident with a UK bank account and over 18 and earn over £1,250 per month, then you can apply online, and Drafty will give you an almost instant decision.
Can you tell us about your experience, Anton?
Yeah, I first used Drafty when my car broke down and I didn't know what to do. Then I found Drafty. I borrowed what I needed to get myself back on the road. There were no hidden fees, and how much it would cost was really clear. I also love that I have that pot of cash there if I ever need it again.
With Drafty, you can access up to £3,000 almost instantly. Try Drafty. It's a breeze to use. And borrowing £100 for 30 days costs just under £6. Visit drafty.co.uk to apply online today. Drafty give you a personal credit limit so you can make withdrawals when it suits you, and they help you stay in control with repayment reminders and updates on your credit limit. You can access money online, and you'll have the money on the way to your bank in 90 seconds.
How did you get on, Greg?
Well, what a day. The washing machine breaking was the last thing I needed. But honestly, knowing that Drafty's there for me to use when I want to, that's the freedom. The money was sent to my bank within minutes.
If you want to get on with life, try Drafty. With Drafty, you can borrow up to your personal credit limit almost instantly. And borrowing £100 for 30 days costs just under £6. Visit drafty.co.uk to apply online today. Drafty have helped over 100,000 people access cash exactly when they needed a bit of flexibility. But don't take our word for it. Their reviews speak for themselves. Drafty, it's a breeze to use. If approved, Drafty will give you access to a flexible pot of cash up to £3,000.
How did Drafty help you, Danny?
I just didn't realise the cost of moving house. It was stressful enough without money worries as well. I used Drafty and they were great. The money was sent to my bank within minutes, and it's reassuring to know they're there if I need them again.
At Drafty, they know life has its ups and downs. If you don't borrow, you don't pay anything. It doesn't get any easier than that.
Drafty, it's a breeze to use. Access up to £3,000 today with drafty.co.uk.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years. The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years.
Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
When facts are fragmented, we put the pieces together. Where power collides with truth, we are there.
Behind me is that massive security arrangements that are in place.
Behind fractured boundaries, we clear the fog of war. Fault Lines with Gauri Dwivedi, only on NDTV World.
From the lens of diplomacy and foreign affairs, what is the transformation that you're seeking, not just next year, but in time moving forward? And what does transforming tomorrow mean to you, Dr. Jaishankar?
You know, obviously transforming tomorrow can have a variety of meanings to each person in their own profession or their calling, or as as an Indian, I can think of what tomorrow would mean for India. So, if I were to put it all together, I mean, clearly all of us would like to see tomorrow an India which would be economically much stronger, which would technologically be much more so. And I feel, people don't always make that correlation as strongly as they do. Which would, build up its manufacturing. That too is a conviction I hold very deeply, that, we should be an industrial power. But from my particular perspective, tomorrow where we are actually able to navigate what I foresee as almost a generation of uncertainty. After all, look at it this way. Many of the assumptions that we held just a few years ago, perhaps the key assumptions are all a question mark. We had an assumption that globalization is here to stay. It is, in a manner of speaking, but it is under severe challenge in many ways. We had an assumption that the United States will always be a stabilizer of the international system. I think that's a very questionable assumption.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Disha Bagchi. We've got a whole lot lined up for you, but first, here are the big stories we're tracking this hour. The Mamata Banerjee versus Enforcement Directorate battle reaches the Supreme Court, with the West Bengal government's appeal in the top court over the ED raids on election consultant IPAC. As Tamil star Sivakarthikeyan's much-anticipated film Parashakti hits theatres, the DMK posts a Tamil Varga poster invoking the Dravidian era anti-Hindi agitation, amplifying the film's core theme. Meanwhile, Vijay's last film, Jananayagan, release is stalled, sparking a political storm. Chief Minister Stalin says censor board is being weaponized by the BJP. Yet another Hindu youth named Joy Mahapatra was killed on January 8th in Bangladesh. His family claims he was beaten and later poisoned. He died in the ICU. Hyderabad edition of NDTV Golf Pro-Am tees off. Pros, spa players and amateurs hit the greens. AIM chief Asauddin Owaisi has once again sparked row over his comments. Speaking at an election meeting in Solapur, Owaisi highlighted the inclusivity of India's constitution, saying, "I have a dream that a girl who wears a hijab will become the Prime Minister of this country, whether we are here to see it or not." Owaisi's remark drew sharp criticism from Maharashtra Minister Nitish Rane, who accused him of provoking religious sentiments. Rane asserted that India is a Hindu nation and that a woman wearing a hijab or a burqa would not become Prime Minister or even Mumbai's mayor. He further suggested that those supporting such positions should go to Islamic countries like Pakistan. Not just Nitish Rane, Union Minister Gujarat Singh and other BJP leaders have also slammed Owaisi for this comment. Meanwhile, RJD MP Manoj Jha backed Owaisi's comment and said that anyone can become the Prime Minister of India. Listen in to these reactions.
अरे बाबू, पाकिस्तान के संविधान में लिखा हुआ है कि सिर्फ एक ही मजहब का आदमी पाकिस्तान का प्राइम मिनिस्टर या सदर बन सकता है। बाबा साहिब अम्बेडकर का जो संविधान है वो ये कह सकता है कि कोई भी भारत का नागरिक वजीर आजम बन सकता है, सदर जमहूरिया बन सकता है, चीफ मिनिस्टर बन सकता है, मेयर बन सकता है। और असदुद्दीन ओवैसी का ख्वाब यह है कि एक दिन आएगा इस देश में इंशाअल्लाह ताला, शायद हम और आप नहीं रहेंगे, पर देखना एक हिजाब पहनने वाली बेटी इस देश की वजीर आजम बनेगी इंशाअल्लाह ताला।
ऐसा है, इस तरीके की हिम्मत ये असदुद्दीन ओवैसी हमारे हिंदू राष्ट्र में करे नहीं। ये हमारा हिंदू राष्ट्र है, 90% लोग यहाँ हिंदू रहते हैं। हिजाब डालने वाले और बुर्का पहनने वाले महिला कोई भी ना पंतप्रधान बनेगी ना मुंबई की महापौर मेयर बनेगी। जिसको पंतप्रधान और महापौर मेयर बनना है वो चला जाए आप इस्लामाबाद कराची में, इधर उनकी कोई जगह नहीं है। चाहे तो वो बुरके वाली और हिजाब वाले पहनने वाले के साथ हम लोग उसी इसमें ओवैसी को भी बिठाएंगे और यहाँ से भगा देंगे।
ओवैसी साहब, आपके मन में गजबाए हिंद है तो आप कान खोल के सुन लें। कांग्रेस की गलती के कारण, कांग्रेस के तुष्टीकरण के कारण जो कुछ हुआ देश में, अब वो नहीं होने वाला। और यहाँ फिर से कोई दूसरा पाकिस्तान भी नहीं बनने वाला है।
OAC Mia says hijab wali will become Prime Minister. OAC Mia, you need to get votes for that. Constitution is not stopping anybody. But why don't you start by making hijab wali, burkhe wali your president? Make her the president of the party first, then show about Prime Minister. In your party, only one family can become president. You will never make Pasmanda, you will never make hijab wali the president of the party. But you will lecture about secularism after having Muslimin in your name. First put Bharatiya in your name and then you talk. You are talking only about Muslimin. You are talking only about one community and then you are lecturing on secularism.
किसी को भी कोई भी बन सकता है, उसके पहनावे पे वोटिंग नहीं होती है ना। संविधान में कहीं है ऐसा कपड़ा पहनने वाला ही पीएम होगा, ये कपड़ा नहीं, या ये भाषा बोलने वाला पीएम होगा, या इस धर्म का व्यक्ति पीएम होगा। संविधान सम्मत जो चीजें हैं उसको व्यर्थ की कंट्रोवर्सी में डाल करके वो जो डेली नफरत का सैलाब बढ़ता जा रहा है ना, हम उसी को बढ़ाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
ओवैसी साहब ने कहा संविधान की बात है, संविधान का हवाला दिया। उन्होंने कहा सिर्फ एक ही मुल्क है पाकिस्तान जहां पे ऐसा होता है कि कोई बनेगा। भारत के अंदर तो डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर का दिया हुआ संविधान चलता है, उस संविधान के हिसाब से कोई भी बन सकता है, प्राइम मिनिस्टर, गवर्नर, मेयर, कोई भी बन सकता है। संविधान के हवाले की बात की उन्होंने, और उन्होंने कहा कि एक दिन इंशाअल्लाह मेरे जीते जी नहीं तो हमारे बाद में भी हमारा ये अरमान है कि एक हिजाब पहनने वाली महिला देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने। उन्होंने तो पूरी संविधान की बात की है, कौन सी गलत बात की, तो उनको क्यों इतना वो लग जाता है खराब।
उन्होंने आपको भी पॉइंट किया कि वारिस पठान मुझे एक बार मिलने दो, मैं उसको दिखा दूंगा।
ये धमकी दे रहा है मेरे को। बोलो आ जाओ, कहाँ आने का, बोलो वारिस पठान आता है, अकेला आएगा।
The Pune Municipal Corporation polls are seeing a major political moment. Ajit Pawar and Supriya Sule shared the stage as both NCP factions released a joint manifesto for Pune, marking their first major appearance together since the party first split. The united pitch focuses on urban relief and civic reforms, promising free metro and bus travel, assured daily water supply, action against the tanker mafias, faster road upgrades and a push to make Pune one of India's cleanest cities. Healthcare expansion, education upgrades, slum rehabilitation without demolitions and property tax relief for small homes are also part of this joint plan, a clear show of unity aimed at consolidating votes ahead of the PMC battle. Now, what does this reunion really mean for Maharashtra politics? 3 years after Ajit Pawar joined the Mahayuti alliance in Maharashtra, now the NCP, led by Ajit Pawar as well as his uncles, NCP SP, have reunited for the civic body elections in Pune. Now, as this local body election approaches, there's a fear within both factions of vote division. And hence, because of the need to protect the NCP strongholds, they have now chosen to join hands. Now, these civic polls are driven by local arithmetics. They are not driven by ideology, and hence both factions have chosen to come together for this Parivar Together message, and this is aimed at consolidating voters and preventing the erosion of the core support of voters. And hence, this is why it's so important for the Pawars and why the Pawars have reunited. Now, let's quickly also look at what this really means for Maharashtra politics. Now, in Pune, the NCP will contest in 125 seats and the NCP SP will contest in 40 seats. Now, this is an indication of their political strength. Hence, both parties have been very careful to emphasize that while this is an alliance for this election, there is no plans as of yet to extend this alliance beyond the alliance for this local election. Now, this is the first electoral tie-up between Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar since the dramatic split in the NCP and the NCP led by Ajit Pawar joining that Mahayuti alliance. Now, their appearance on this common platform is also marking a clear shift. Now, from focusing on that personal, familial rift to focusing on politics. And the timing is also crucial. As I mentioned, the local body polls are upcoming, both the BMC as well as the PMC polls. And now this election is being driven by local arithmetic and the need to protect the NCP strongholds. And this coming together of the NCP and the SP helps consolidate the NCP's traditional voter base, especially in urban Maharashtra, where divisions could prove costly for both factions. Now, the message from both parties is, both factions is quite unmistakable and clear that they are focusing on unity over uncertainty for both factions. Now, more than just symbolism, this reunion is also a well-set template for what future civic-level alliances between factions in Maharashtra could look at for the need and to focus on the survival and strength at grassroots matters. Let's quickly take a look at some of the reactions in this story.
अभी आप जितना रिलैक्स लग रहे हैं, चूँकि देश के ऑडियंस आपको देख रहे हैं, तो शायद ऐसा तो नहीं कि दोनों राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस जो है अभी साथ में आ रही है, जो आपके मनमुटाव थे, चूँकि आपने पिंपरी चिंचवड में कहा भी अभी जो हुआ सो हो गया।
नहीं, क्या हुआ, इस चुनाव में हमारे कार्यकर्ता जो है, कैंडिडेट जो होना चाहते थे, उन्होंने हमें भी बताया, उनको भी बताया, और अकेले लड़कर अगर वोटों का बंटवारा हुआ तो कैंडिडेट का नुकसान होता है। तो जो भी हमारा कार्यकर्ता है वो चुनाव उन्होंने जीतना चाहिए, और वो जीतने के लिए अगर बंटवारा न होते हुए दोनों साइड के वोट अगर मिल गए तो रिजल्ट थोड़ा बहुत ठीक आने की संभावना रहती है।
क्योंकि मैंने पिछले एक साल में जितने आपके फैमिली फंक्शन भी देखे हैं, जैसे अभी बारामती में एक फंक्शन हुआ, तो फैमिली में थोड़ा सा जो तनाव था लग रहा है कि अब बिल्कुल ख़त्म हो गया है, मनमुटाव वाली कोई बात है ही नहीं।
हाँ, बिल्कुल ख़त्म है,
अभी ऐसा कुछ नहीं है।
नहीं है।
और आप कंसल्ट करते हैं चाचा से अगर ज़रूरत हुई तो?
नहीं, फैमिली में बात करते वक्त अगर आपके अंकल हो गए आपको, तो जो भी बात कॉमन फैमिली में चलती है वैसे पॉलिटिक्स की बात तो होती नहीं।
7 साल में आपने देखा रोटी कपड़ा मकान गटर मीटर वाटर, कौन सा विकास हुआ है? ट्रैफिक बढ़ा है, पानी नहीं आ रहा है, कचरा नहीं उठाया जा रहा है। इट्स अ कंप्लीट फेलियर।
अभी जब जिस तरीके से टेरर पैदा किया जा रहा है, कोयता गैंग है, नीलेश घाईवल के सवाल है, इस तरह
ये तो होम मिनिस्ट्री का भी सवाल है ना सर। महाराष्ट्र की होम मिनिस्टर इसके लिए जिम्मेदार है, तो उनसे भी बात करनी पड़ेगी। और मैंने बहुत बार बोला भी है कि ये सब जो इश्यूज़ है और जो वायलेंस हो रहा है ये बहुत चिंताजनक है। और मेरे देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी जो इस राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री और होम मिनिस्टर है, मैं बड़ी विनम्रता से कहना चाहती हूँ कि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर में ध्यान देना ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र की पुलिस बहुत अच्छी है, लेकिन समझ में नहीं आ रहा है क्या गड़बड़ हो रहा है कि यहाँ सब जगह वायलेंस बढ़ रहा है।
Politics in Mumbai has reached a boiling point as the BMC elections approach on January 15th. Opposition leader Uddhav Thackeray has sharply criticized the BJP, accusing it of political betrayal and questioning its commitment to Hindutva, even as its own alliance strategy draws scrutiny. The campaign scene is now marked by bitter exchanges between former allies, while the BJP defends its governance record and seeks to maintain its strong grip in Mumbai. This election is shaping up as a major test of political strength across alliances in India's richest civic body. Meanwhile, gearing up for the Pune civic body polls, the Pawar cousins shared the stage to release their joint manifesto, sharing the political stage for the first time in 3 years. Listen in to these reactions.
भाजपने पाठीत वार केला म्हणून काँग्रेस बरोबर गेलो होतो, आणि मी काँग्रेस सोबत गेलो तर उद्धव ठाकरेंनी हिंदुत्व सोडलं, मग भाजपने अकोटमध्ये MIM बरोबर युती केली।
मी त्यावेळी हे सांगितलं नव्हतं कोण कन्फ्यूज आहे कोण करप्ट आहे, हे मी सांगितलं नव्हतं, मी टोपी फेकली होती। पण या घरच्या घरी घेतलेल्या मुलाखतीमध्ये संपादकांनी परफेक्ट ओळखलं, आणि संपादकांनी संजय राऊतांनी राज ठाकरेंना विचारलं, म्हणाले तुम्हाला फडणवीसांनी कन्फ्यूज म्हटलं, आणि उद्धव ठाकरेंना विचारलं तुम्हाला करप्ट म्हटलं। आता बघा, मी तर कोणाला काही म्हटलं नव्हतं, मी तर केवळ टोपी फेकली होती, पण संपादकांनी बरोबर ज्याच्या डोक्यात ती टोपी लावायची आहे त्याच्या डोक्यामध्ये ती टोपी त्या ठिकाणी लावली, आणि नेमका प्रश्न हा त्या ठिकाणी विचारला।
Now, with the Mamata Banerjee versus ED war, tensions escalate in poll-bound Bengal. With assembly elections in sight, the political battle has intensified as the ED probes alleged IPAC links to the coal scam. Now, ED has approached the Supreme Court as it has filed an Article 32 petition. ED alleges that its investigation into the IPAC coal scam case was obstructed by West Bengal government and Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. The agency claims funds were routed through Hawala operators before reaching IPAC and its director Pratik Jain ahead of the 2022 Goa elections. Now, ED raided IPAC offices, Jain's residence and Hawala operator R. Kantilal's premises in Kolkata. IPAC insists that its work remains unaffected, saying that it is only a political consulting firm. Now, TMC hit the streets. Mamata warned that the BJP to stop using central agencies, alleging that Suvendu Adhikari passed coal scam money directly to Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Listen in to these reactions.
সামনে নতুন দিশা হারবে এবার ভোরের কাছে তোমার অমানিসা ভাগ করেছো ধর্ম দিয়ে ভাষার অপমানে
With the Tamil Nadu polls around the corner, the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin exuded confidence that the DMK is set for a historic victory. The Chief Minister said that he expects the DMK to cross 200 seats, hailing the party cadre, claiming that even the opposition parties like BJP are in awe of their hard work. He also claimed that 50% of the work needed for the resounding victory was already completed. Listen in.
ஏற்கனவே நீங்கள் தேர்தல் களத்தில் ஆற்ற வேண்டிய பணிகளில் 50% முடிச்சிட்டீங்க. இன்னும் 50% பாக்கி இருக்கு. இன்னைக்கு பல்வேறு கட்சிகளை சார்ந்தவர்கள் ஏன் பிஜேபியில் இருக்கக்கூடிய கூட என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா திமுக காலம் மாதிரி யாரும் வேலை செய்ய முடியாது. ஏதோ குளத்தூர் தொகுதியில் மட்டும் இல்லை, ஒட்டுமொத்தமாக தமிழகத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தை சார்ந்தவர்கள் நம்முடைய செயல் வீரர்கள் ஆற்றுகிற அந்த பணிகள் எல்லாம் பார்க்கிற போது நான் ஏற்கனவே சொல்லியிருந்தேன் 200 தொகுதிக்கு குறையாமல் வெற்றி பெறுவோம் என்று. நம்முடைய கூட்டணி நிச்சயமாக வெற்றி பெறும் என்று. ஆனால் இப்பொழுது நாம் ஆற்றிருக்கக்கூடிய பணிகள் எல்லாம் பார்க்கிற போது 200ஐயும் தாண்டி வரும் என்ற நம்பிக்கை எனக்கு வந்திருக்கு. ஆக அந்த நம்பிக்கையோடு பொங்கல் விழாவை நாம் கொண்டாடுகிறோம்.
A young Hindu man from Sunamganj, Bangladesh, has died after allegedly being lured to a shop, beaten and poisoned. Targeted violence against minority communities has seen a sudden increase in Bangladesh as the country prepares for its first parliamentary elections after the exile of former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Now, the victim, Joy Mahapatra from Dirai in Sunamganj, was reportedly called to a local shop where he was assaulted and was forced to consume poison. His family has accused a local shopkeeper of assaulting and provoking him, leading to his death. Meanwhile, police have said that the matter is under investigation. Now, breaking news coming in, a 9-seater aircraft carrying 2 pilots and 4 passengers crash-landed near Rourkela in Odisha on Saturday after declaring a mayday call, leaving all 6 people on board injured. Officials have said that the plane operated by India One Air made a forced landing around 15 to 20 kilometers short of the Rourkela airport, averting a major tragedy. The government of Odisha has issued a statement saying that the India One aircraft departed at little after 12. and it had 2 pilots and 4 passengers. 8 nautical miles short of reaching Rourkela, the aircraft force landed at a place near Jalda. Pilots have ensured that the landing, due to which lives have been saved. Currently, 3 passengers are being treated at the JP hospital and 2 pilots and 1 passenger are being treated in Rourkela. Breaking news coming in, Iran's supreme leader has launched a sharp attack on US President Trump. This comes amid the massive protests raging on in Iran and the unrest in Iran. Now, Ayatollah Khamenei has said that the US will fail in Iran. This comes after US President Trump has made multiple threats to the Iranian regime, saying that if the Iranian regime does not stop targeting protesters, the US will intervene. Now, Khamenei has said that America's calculations are flawed. This also comes after US Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that US remains and supports the brave people of Iran. Now, the supreme leader has said that Trump has failed to understand Iran. In fact, the Iranian army chief has also declared full loyalty to the Iranian regime led by Khamenei. Listen in to this reaction. Now, this comes amid massive protests taking place in Iran with unrest and dozens killed in the massive protests, and now Khamenei launching a sharp attack at the US. Hyderabad is set to witness a unique blend of sporting excellence and corporate leadership as the NDTV Golf Pro-Am lands at Boulder Hills Golf Course and Country Club. Now, this Hyderabad leg marks a significant stop in the nationwide circuit following the successful launch of the series at the NDTV World Summit in October 2025.
Well, here at the Hyderabad Boulder Golf Course, we have with us Mr. Swaranjit Sen, former Director General and Inspector General of Police, Undivided Andhra Pradesh. Pleasure speaking with you. So to begin with, I want to ask you, how many years have you been playing the sport and how did you get into playing golf?
Well, I'll give you the answer to the second question. I never wanted to play this game.
Okay.
I'm basically a basketball, football, that kind of player. Yeah. But then my childhood friend, he dumped a half set on me and said, I know this is the best game for you. And that's how I started. And I've been playing for now 35 years.
So 35 years, how much do you think the sport has grown? Because you've really seen the sport grow in the country. What is the difference you see? And events like the Pro-Am, how do you think that will help the sport to go on further?
I think the sport has grown tremendously. Because those days we never used to have these kind of tournaments. And not even that publicity. But these days, it's a different ball game now. Golf is the best. I would advise everyone to take it up. And the other thing is, along with that, daily exercise. I do that. I've always done it. Now, these two things, if you combine, you're going to do very well in life.
It's really an inspiration. We don't want to mention your age here. I shouldn't be. Or can you? Can I? Yeah, well, he's running on 80. Clearly, well, it's golf. It's his exercise. It's his motivation, his commitment.
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Some people think life slows down in your 50s, but I'm just getting started. And I don't want my lot to have to worry about funeral costs. Let them spend their money on nicer things. So I decided to learn more about over 50s life insurance from Cover Today. They're the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period. Unlike other insurers who could make you wait up to 2 years, with Cover Today, you're fully covered from day one. And you're covered for the whole of your life. Unlike other things in life, the price never goes up. Go online or talk to their friendly UK team in just one phone call. Cover Today are the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period. And no annoying trips to the doctors either.
Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
Now I'm with Cover Today, I can get on with something much more interesting.
to get a free life insurance quote. Call our friendly UK team on 0800 470 4474 or visit covertoday.co.uk.
No child should suffer the torture of trachoma, but so many are in pain right now. Nananga's lashes have turned inwards. They rip and tear away at his eyes. Pomelo's sight could be gone forever. He's just 3 years old. Kofanga screams for his mother. His eyes are so infected that he can't even see her. For so many children in the world's poorest countries, trachoma is torture. It's a painful infection often spread by flies, and it's destroying children's eyesight. But it could be stopped if you help today. By calling 0800 038 4926 and giving £1 a week to Sightsavers, you can help make sure children get the treatment they desperately need. You'll help us bring them the medicines and the care that can treat infections. And that means you'll be helping to save children from the torture of trachoma and a life of blindness. Please help us reach them. Call 0800 038 4926. Text C13 to 82727 or go online and give just £1 a week now. Because we need you to help save the sight of children like Nananga. We need you to help save them from the torture of trachoma.
Sharp's biggest ever half-price sale is now on. Get Sharp's bespoke fitted furniture for every room, from living spaces to home offices and bedrooms. All ranges are now half price, including our best-selling shaker range. Our exclusive Space Plus system means we won't be beaten on space. Plus, you get our 15-year guarantee for total peace of mind. Sharp's biggest ever half-price sale is now on. Book your free home design visit today at sharps.co.uk.
However you choose to say goodbye, we help you own it.
Pets. Cute, but pricey. For unexpected moments, Drafty's got your back. Drafty Flex is like a handy pot of cash when you need it, with credit up to £3,000 and money sent to your bank in 90 seconds. Borrowing £100 for 30 days costs under £6. Be prepared for the unexpected with Drafty. Good boy. Apply at drafty.co.uk.
Family life. It's made of ups and downs, and those little moments. But should the unthinkable happen to you? Life insurance from Legal & General can help look after monthly bills, the roof over their heads, childcare costs, and most importantly, your family. Premiums start from £5 a month and they never rise. Plus there's a £100 gift card after you apply. Legal & General. Ensure life goes on.
Alaina ma ne perdera jogar kuli. Araya nyuni ngajaba nyama. Ekadicha.
Ayer no tenía comida y la niña estaba mal. Lloró. Estábamos tristes.
All over the world, millions of children like Fatun, Leolida and Monica are going hungry because of conflict, displacement and extreme weather. We urgently need your help to fight acute hunger and malnutrition. Please search Save the Children or visit savethechildren.org.uk to give £5 a month. You can help give hungry families life-saving food and provide malnourished children the treatment they need to recover. Please, donate today.
Mr. Q! At Mr. Q Bingo, we tell it how it is. When players win, they love Q. When players lose, they hate Q. Oh dear. They love Q. Oh, he's not happy. They hate Q. Oh, love Q. Hate Q. Love Q. Oh no, hate Q. It'll grow back. Mr. Q, bingo you love to hate. We kind of love that.
In the wake of Donald Trump's armed intervention in Venezuela, global shockwaves continue as to what next, where next, and even who's next. Few people are better placed to understand and interpret this new normal than Dr. Jeffrey Sachs, the world's most well-regarded public policy analyst, renowned American economist, university professor at Columbia University, an outspoken critic of American foreign policy. He made headlines yesterday with an explosive briefing at the UN Security Council, blisteringly condemning the US military operation that captured the Venezuelan president Nicolas Maduro as an illegal act of aggression and a violation of the UN Charter. Welcome to NDTV, Professor Sachs. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much. Great to be with you.
My first question to you, sir. In your United Nations Security Council briefing, you highlighted a pattern of US regime change operations since 1989. How much of an escalation, Dr. Sachs, do you view the Venezuela operation as?
Well, by itself, it's not an escalation because, as I pointed out, regime change is an addiction of the US security state. And we have had probably 100 attempted regime change operations by the US security state since the end of World War II. They come in many forms: wars, coups, deliberate instigated unrest to overthrow governments, stringent economic sanctions to crush the economy, assassinations, bribing militaries to take over governments, arresting officials or encouraging the arrest of officials. So there are many ways that the United States operates, but it's not unusual for the US to overthrow or to try to overthrow another government. It's repulsive in my mind. One of the reasons is it's against international law and US law, but it also almost never works in the sense of delivering some kind of stable government, much less a government good for the people. Most of the time it leads to chaos. Now, Trump is different. He is more vulgar. He has taken his foot off the brake of this security state, because part of what presidents normally have to do is to tell this mega military machine, no, you can't do this, no, you can't do that. Trump is saying, no, we're going to do it all. We're going to overthrow Venezuela. We're going to run Venezuela. We're going to take Greenland. Canada's our 51st state. Mexico better watch out. Iran, we're locked and loaded, ready to go after you. So he's making threats left and right. He's personally, in my opinion, an unstable individual psychologically. He's an old man. He doesn't understand very much, and he doesn't look ahead very far, that's for sure. But the deeper point is the underlying U.S. foreign policy is based on regime change, and here's a president who is stoking it, not discouraging it.
Since you spoke about Greenland, and we've seen it mentioned 3 or 4 times since the Venezuela operation, Dr. Sachs, he's spoken openly about wanting Greenland from an American national security requirement. Do you think he's going to do something? It is true that Trump is temperamental and unpredictable, but with Venezuela, he's shown that he is willing to do what he talks about.
I've been saying for many months that one day he will say, we have spotted Chinese submarines off the coasts of Greenland. We must move for our national security. And then he will land another 10,000 US troops, and he will declare that Greenland is part of the United States. I think it's odds on. It's not certain, but it is quite a realistic prospect. And I was bemused, if I could use that strange word, that Trump actually said yesterday, there are Chinese and Russian ships all over the place. So he actually used almost exactly the language that I have been predicting that he would use. And I think that he means it. Again, he's filled with the kind of megalomania and grandiosity And it's an interesting mix because the deep state has its vision. This is not driven by Trump, this agenda. The arrogance and hubris of a wannabe global hegemon is pretty deep in the US system. Even when you have a nice president, very mild like Barack Obama, after all, he launched a war against, to overthrow the Libyan government. He assigned the CIA the task of overthrowing the Syrian government. He oversaw the US participation in the overthrow of the Ukrainian government. So again, deep state. But Trump, you know, he dances on this. The other ones would hide it, but Trump is almost in a joyous state of mind right now.
Very true. You know, Dr. Sachs, the Trump administration has justified its Venezuela intervention, you know, on humanitarian and democratic grounds. You know, there's a lot of grandiose statements that have been made about how, you know, you cannot let something in your backyard, you know, be a platform for your adversaries, and America has to establish itself as the preeminent power in this hemisphere, etc. Is this any different from past interventions?
Yes, in a couple of senses, one should say that when you hear this kind of patter, this is the normal blah, blah, blah that we Americans listen to day in, day out, month in, month out, year in, year out. They make up whatever excuses they want. It's a storyline. The storyline for a couple weeks was about narco trafficking. Then it's about Russian and Chinese intervention. Then Trump lets out, because he can't help himself, it's really about oil. It's about oil. We got to get all that oil. So this is patter. As I pointed out in my testimony to the UN Security Council yesterday, we've been at attempted regime change against Venezuela back to at least 2002, when the CIA was in one way or another, not completely known, involved or pre-notified of a coup attempt against Maduro's predecessor, Hugo Chavez. One of the things that keeps the U.S. especially interested is oil, of course. This is the largest proved reserves on the official data in the whole world, larger than Saudi Arabia's. And definitely, this is one of the reasons why this regime change has been pursued so assiduously for more than 20 years. And especially when this leftist government of Chavez and Maduro semi-nationalized the industry, or effectively nationalized it around 2007. That raised the temperature and the ire of the United States. And one of the things that's happening right now, Trump knows that America's fossil fuel reserves from fracking have basically peaked. And the U.S. Doesn't have such a long future on its fossil fuels. Now, if we had any kind of sanity, we would say, good, we need to move to renewables anyway. That's the whole point. But Trump is in love with oil, and so he wants to grab Venezuela's. And so this is definitely a core motive for what's happening.
India and Trump are having a long conversation over oil, which I'll come to in just a bit, Dr. Sachs. But how do you interpret, you know, to move from the United States now to Europe, the very tame responses by the UK and several EU leaders to Trump's actions in Venezuela and these stated intentions on Greenland, which is a part of NATO? How do you see that?
Well,
they don't have a choice?
Europe, the European politics are pathetic. And this is a whole nother matter. But Europe basically became a vassal region of the United States already decades ago. And they can't shake that. And the whole generation of European leaders have been long vetted by the United States. You know, it's been a kind of pattern from decades that if you're a young rising politician and you're anti-American, well, you're not going to rise very far in Germany or France or other parts of Europe. In the UK, believe me, it's just, they think that they're the British Empire till this day. Britain loves imperial daring do, so they don't even oppose in any way, even privately, what's happening. Now, what's interesting is their response to Venezuela was, well, that's a bad guy, Maduro. You know, we're not going to say anything about that. But then when Trump said, yeah, and I'm going to take Greenland, oh, then they got excited. No, that's against international law. So it's sad. I actually like Europe a lot. You know, I like European, I like the culture and the quality of life, but the political class right now is just unable to say a coherent sentence that makes sense. They're so afraid of the Russians, who are not going to invade, that they're opening themselves up to a U.S. which is likely to invade.
No, I completely agree with you. It's pathetic. And in fact, just as we began doing this interview, Dr. Sachs, you know, a bunch of European leaders have put out a joint statement, which doesn't make things any better. It's still a very tame sort of joint comment that they've made on the Greenland issue. But, you know, staying with that particular aspect, you know, the Prime Minister of Denmark has said that if Trump carries out this threat of taking Greenland, it would essentially mean the end of NATO. In your view, is that a very real possibility under Trump, the end of NATO?
Yes. I think Trump himself, given the superficiality anyway, given the proclivities that Trump has, given the simplistic ideas of the U.S. that we need to pivot to Asia because China's the great threat. End of NATO, he wouldn't bat an eye, you know, bat an eyelash. So it's a real possibility. That warning does not frighten Trump. In fact, it could encourage him.
Yeah. In your view, Dr. Sachs, what role should, you know, emerging powers like the BRICS nations, and I know that's a touchy topic with Trump, but what role could they possibly play in countering, you know, what you term U.S. hegemonic power grabs? Is there a role that they should be playing at all?
Yes, crucial. The BRICS represent the vast majority of the world population.
Yeah.
The emerging economies are about 85% of the world population. They actually want quiet. They don't want an American would-be hegemon running around making wars, grabbing territory, stoking big crises. And just to quickly say, the most dangerous war on the horizon is Iran, where it really seems very realistic that Israel will attack and the U.S. will always support Israel, and that could be a complete global disaster. Iran is a BRICS nation, by the way.
Yeah.
So I think the BRICS is extremely important to say we do not accept this kind of approach to the world. We want multilateralism. We want international law. This is actually crucial anyway for economic development and for our survival. And the BRICS are the responsible nations in the system right now. And so I always say to my friends, both in China and India, the two giants need, especially now, to get along with each other because the real problem is the instability coming from the United States. And I've said in India for many years, don't join an anti-China approach, the Quad and so forth. The U.S. is so unstable right now that don't play that game. Rather, join together with China, with Russia, with Brazil, South Africa, the other BRICS countries to say, we will provide a basis of stability and, by the way, economic growth, because the BRICS are the fast-growing part of the world economy, and we will be a ballast even as the U.S., sad to say, becomes rather unstable.
And we actually did see a bit of that last year, Dr. Sachs, as you well know. But the turbulence caused by Trump's tariff threats did create a situation where India and China, in some ways, called a bit of a diplomatic ceasefire and actually improved relations with each other.
And I would say, if I might, that the events taking place right now should have the same message to the leadership of India and China. Stay closer, keep calm together, and resist the instability coming from the U.S. right now, because this actually is a problem for everybody.
I'd like to push you just a little bit further on that point, Dr. Sachs. India, prominent member of the BRICS, you talked about the China dynamic as well. But India is also currently embroiled in a fairly turbulent trade and tariff battle with the United States. There are many different layers of unpleasantness, if I may use that word, in the relationship, whether it is the ceasefire and Operation Sindoor or other things that are happening. How should India, view this entire regime change impulse that has now begun under Trump 2.0?
I said last year to Indian friends, don't expect that inside deal with the United States on trade. Don't expect that India is going to replace China in the U.S. value chains. The U.S. is too protectionist and too unstable for such an approach actually to be successful. I'm sorry to say that I was shown to be right when Trump did something even stupider than I would have imagined, putting on the penalty 25% plus the reciprocal 25%. The whole thing was completely out of control on the U.S. side. But it proved the basic point. India is not going to develop its economy and its future through some kind of alliance with the United States. I don't think many people think that way, but if they do, I would like to suggest an alternative, which is that India's place is as a leader of the 85% of the world in the emerging and developing economies outside of the US and Europe right now. And that is the fast-growing part of the world economy, and it will be just fine if the BRICS cooperate closely, bring Africa into this, bring the Western Asian region into this. Then there's a real prospect for not only weathering the U.S. instability, but actually having a very dynamic, positive economic future and geopolitical stability, despite what the U.S. might be doing. It's just the U.S. Doesn't call the shots and shouldn't be, the bluster shouldn't make countries afraid of that.
My final question, Dr. Sachs, and this comes back to my introduction of you and the statement that you made in the United Nations Security Council has exploded everywhere. Everyone's watching your words, listening to them very carefully. You've urged the Security Council to stand up to these great power violations. Do you see any realistic path for the Security Council to take any concrete action against a permanent member like the US? Is that even possible? Is the UN even relevant anymore, given what we're seeing now?
Well, the Security Council itself certainly cannot take real action against the United States because the US will literally veto that. And that's the structure of the Security Council. But the UN is relevant in an overwhelming sense that it is the one place where the world's governments speak. And it makes a difference if 170 or 180 countries say, we don't want to go this way of lawlessness and anarchy. We want the UN Charter. The UN was made because of disaster in the world, and we can't afford another such disaster. Will that make a difference? Absolutely, for two reasons. One is if the rest of the world adheres to the standards of the UN Charter, even if the United States is blustering and breaking Chinaware, I was going to say, not to be confused, but just breaking the dishes everywhere. Let me state it better. Then the rest of the world will say, well, the U.S. is having a tantrum, but it's not really affecting the whole world.
Yeah.
Let everybody remember the U.S. is only 4% of the world population. So it can't break the world through its tantrums alone. So this is one point. But second, it's also important to understand what's happening with American foreign policy is not the policy of the American people.
Yeah.
It's not even the policy resulting from a political process. It is a deep state and a president who has certain proclivities that don't ask anything. They don't ask the Congress. They certainly don't ask anything of the American public. And the American public is not in favor of this. So if the rest of the world says, no, this has to stop, that's actually helpful for the American people also to tell their own government, no, we are not going to go on in this unconstitutional manner. And that can make a difference too. So I think the UN remains very significant, very weak in the actual ability to stop this, but extremely important if the world stands up and says, we want law, not anarchy, and not hegemony.
I'm going to leave it there for the moment, but Dr. Sachs, I can tell you that many of the things that you've said will fly in the face of popular wisdom here in India when it comes to India-US relations, and I think that's the best possible kind of interview that we could have done at this turbulent time at NDTV. So I thank you for your time. This has been very illuminating as always. We've learned a lot, and I'm sure NDTV's viewers will as well. Thank you so much, sir, for joining.
Great to be with you. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
We all know animals have feelings. They depend on kindness, just like you and me. So imagine how they feel when they're beaten, starved, and unloved. Every minute, the RSPCA is called on to save animals in physical agony and mental torment. It's unbearable to see the pain in their eyes. We refuse to give up on them, but to rescue them from a life of fear, we urgently need animal lovers like you to donate today. Please call 0800 121 4260 or text KIND to 84903 to give £2 a month to the RSPCA. Your gift will help fund more life-saving rescues, more emergency treatment, and more gentle rehabilitation. Every month, you'll be helping to keep animals free from pain and sadness, so they can find the comfort and joy they deserve. Right now, across the country, thousands are suffering deliberate harm. But together, we can show animals what kindness feels like. Together, we can rescue them. So please, call 0800 121 4260, text KIND to 84903, or visit our website to start your monthly donation today. Thank you.
Get sorted for the new year with full fibre deals on the UK's best broadband technology, with non-stop browsing, gaming, and working, all for only £27.99 a month. Plus, we're the only major provider who will give you up to £300 to switch. So switch to EE today. Offer ends 29th of January.
Don't miss Sharp's biggest ever half-price sale. Get Sharp's bespoke fitted furniture for every room, from living spaces to home offices and bedrooms. All ranges are now half price, including our must-have Manhattan range. Our exclusive Space Plus system means we won't be beaten on space. Plus, you get our 15-year guarantee for total peace of mind. Don't miss Sharp's biggest ever half-price sale. Book your free home design visit today at sharps.co.uk.
Unexpected expense? Drafty's got your back. Borrowing £100 for a month costs less than £6. Apply at drafty.co.uk.
If you have cancer, it might affect your finances, but Macmillan Support is just a free call away.
Can I claim any benefits?
Whether you need benefits advice...
What if I can't afford my bills?
Struggling with bills...
How am I going to support my family?
Money worries...
What happens now?
Or just need someone to talk to. Whatever you need to ask about money, benefits and cancer, we're here 7 days a week. Call us free now on 0808 239 1000.
Just sorted my guaranteed over 50 plan with Sun Life. There's even a cash payout.
Nice one.
It's given me the confidence to look after myself. I've started learning jiu-jitsu.
Come on!
Sorry, love. Sensei's turned me into a lethal weapon.
Do you need a doctor?
Oh, no. With Sun Life, there's no medical questions.
Don't miss out on our limited time offer. Call or search Sun Life Plan today.
This is an important message for people living with diabetes from people living with diabetes.
When I was experiencing the symptoms of diabetes, I didn't know what was going on.
You go on the internet and it's full of horror stories.
I didn't understand about carbs, I didn't understand about blood glucose levels.
That's why the support I get as a Diabetes UK member is so important.
You can become a Diabetes UK member for just £5 a month. When you do, you'll receive a practical guide specific to your type of diabetes and a copy of Balance magazine 4 times a year. Plus, you'll help support research that could lead to better treatments for all types of diabetes.
As members, we're all working it out together.
Call 0800 144 5410 or go online to become a Diabetes UK member for just £5 a month. Join us now because membership can help you learn to live better with diabetes.
Get PlusNet full fibre for $23.99. Wait, now just $21.99 a month. It's award-winning broadband you can count on. Plus, you'll feel the warmth of real people with our team happy to help, even on the weekend. Ah, that's a plus. Switch today for our best January sale prices.
If Lubasi was your son, you'd do anything to stop his suffering. He's in agony because he has an eye infection called trachoma. It's often spread by flies, like these. If Lubasi was your son, you'd take him to the doctor. But his parents can't afford to get him the care he so desperately needs. You can. When you give £2 a month to Sightsavers, you can help save more children from agony like this and spare their parents the pain of watching their children suffer. Every month, you'll help our eye doctors get to some of the world's poorest and most remote villages. It's so simple to treat trachoma, but we urgently need your support to do it. So please call 0800 038 4920, text Site10 to 82727, or go to sightsavers.tv to give £2 a month to Sightsavers right now.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste. I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
The World Economic Forum at Davos becomes the world's thinking room, where power, policy and purpose converge, where the future is examined and reimagined. In January 2026, NDTV will be at the heart of this conversation. NDTV Ignite at Davos, this January on the NDTV network.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, the protests continue in Iran. We'll get you all the very latest. Also, it's Mamata Banerjee versus the Enforcement Directorate in the top court now. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. Anti-regime protests in Iran continue for a fortnight now, despite internet shutdown, as dozens have been killed. Leader Khamenei blames Trump, says his hands are stained with the blood of Iranians.
در برخی شهرهای کشور هم عوامل تروریست تحت حمایت آمریکا و رژیم صهیونی خسارات زیادی به اموال
The Mamata Banerjee versus Enforcement Directorate battle now reaches the Supreme Court, with the West Bengal government's appeal in the top court over the ED raids on the election consultant IPAC. The ED also approaches the Supreme Court. Tamil star Sivakarthikeyan's much anticipated film Parasakti has hit theatres. The DMK post Tamil Vazga, invoking the Dravidian era anti-Hindi agitation, amplifying the film's core theme. In Bangladesh, yet another Hindu youth is killed. Joy Mahapatro was killed on the 8th of January. His family claims he was beaten and then later poisoned. He died in ICU. And the Hyderabad edition of the NDTV Golf Pro-Am tease-off. Pros, power players and amateurs hit the greens. Breaking news coming in on the situation in Iran, with Iran's supreme leader launching a sharp attack on Trump. Ayatollah Khamenei says that US will fail in Iran, essentially blaming the unrest that has now been taking place for a fortnight on the United States and Donald Trump, saying America's calculations are flawed, that Trump has failed to understand Iran, this even as protests have spread across the country. Iran army chief declares full loyalty to Khamenei.
ایران رو نمیشناختند، هنوزم نمیشناسن. ایران رو نشناختند و غلط برنامه ریزی کردند. امروزم نمیشناسند و غلط برنامه ریزی میکنند دشمنان ما. اون روز در اثر برنامه ریزی غلط شکست خوردند. امروز هم آمریکا بر اثر برنامه ریزی های غلط خود شکست خواهد خورد. ایران رو نمیشناختند، هنوزم نمیشناسند. ایران رو نشناختند و غلط برنامه ریزی کردند. امروز هم نمیشناسند.
Now, despite an internet blackout, mass protests have continued, and new protests, in fact, have erupted across Iran. These protests that began a fortnight ago, sparked by anger over the rising cost of living, with growing calls now for the end of the clerical system that rules the country. So Iran, as you saw there, protests on the streets of Iran taking place. Dozens of people have also died, with the regime there blaming these protests on America. Videos from Tehran, Mashhad and Hamadan show crowds flooding the streets, waving the lion and sun flag, a symbol of free revolution, Iran. Protesters are seen gathering near mosques and public squares, openly challenging the regime. Chants of death to Khamenei echo through Tehran as large crowds defy security forces. The slogans mark one of the most direct challenges to Iran's supreme leadership in recent years, signaling growing public anger and fearlessness on the streets. Chants saying death to Khamenei there, and the unrest is turning violent in Karaj. Dramatic visual shows the City Hall building engulfed in flames. As you can see there, the fire underscores how the protests are spreading beyond Tehran, hitting symbols of state authority as anger against the regime intensifies. And we just heard the regime, in fact, blaming the protests on Trump. Now, U.S. President Donald Trump earlier said that Iran is in big trouble, claiming protesters are taking over cities once thought unreachable, warning that if the regime starts killing people, the U.S. will step in. Iran responded sharply in a letter dated 2nd January to the UN. Tehran condemned Trump's remarks and warned it will exercise self-defense decisively and proportionately if the US launches any attack. Diplomatic tensions now rising alongside the street unrest. So civil unrest exploding across Iran, triggered, as we said, by the economic crisis initially, now demanding for political reform and an end to the regime's rule. After repeated attacks from U.S. President Trump, Iran's supreme leader has slammed the U.S., saying U.S. will fail in Iran, just like the past U.S. presidents, essentially blaming the hand of the United States behind the present unrest, saying leaders who rule with arrogance inevitably face collapse. Referring directly to the U.S. President Donald Trump, Khamenei said America's calculations are flawed and that Trump has failed to understand Iran. This even as fresh visuals of protests emerge. Crowds, as we said, seen waving the lion and sun flag, a powerful symbol of pre-revolution Iran, with Karaj's city hall set ablaze. Trump's pressure campaign on Iran, as we said, is increasing. Trump even suggesting that the supreme leader was preparing to flee Iran.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down. But this is something pretty incredible that's happening in Iran. It's an amazing thing to watch. They've done a bad job. They've treated their people very badly, and now they're being paid back. So let's see what happens. We're watching it. We're watching it very closely.
All right, so Trump, they're saying that they're watching the situation in Iran very, very closely. Now, amid this, these deadly clashes as well as protests, Iranian underground rapper 021G, known for bold defiance against the Islamic Republic and often featuring women, changed their song lyrics on the Mahsa Amini-inspired Women Life Freedom protest to saying this time it's different, a slogan for the 2026 Iran protests. Take a look.
بترس بازوهای لاغرم بزن میخوام همش رد باتون باشه باورم من یه دختر با موهای تا کمر با شاتگان بیا من بازوکای باورم سخته ولی ما ساده میگیریم تهش اگه یه روز بمیریم هم آزاده میمیریم دیگه از این فازا نمیگیریم اگه کشتن دین شماست ماها که بیدینیم با جیب خالی هنو جیر خاری از این اوضاعم که رد بشه دوامی نداری چون من میام واسه آزادی و هر روی قراری ولی حدسو میگیرن یه مشهر رو میسواری بزن محکم توی سر و صورتم ولی دیگه نمیتونی کنی حرفو تو کتم من یه ایمان قوی ساختم از خشونتم پس میجنگم تا بگیرم جشن تو وطن دشمن توی خونمه و اونی که میپیچه تو بینیم بوی خونمه ولی تو میترسی منو دستای خالیم تا موهایی که جارو سری روی شونمه این دفعه ماتیکا پاک شد خونه دستامو روی ناخونا لاک شد این دفعه پاشه ها در اومد همه مشتامو رو به پلیسا فاک شد این دفعه فرق داره این دفعه پاش خون دادیم دیر و زود داره سوخت و سوز نه سردار ما جوون دادیم این دفعه فرق.
So as protests grip Iran, the women of the country have taken to the streets to protest against the supreme leader. Pictures of supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei are going up in flames as female protesters defy decades of repression. This report breaks down how women have taken to the streets.
In the heart of Iran's unrest, women are torching the symbols of oppression, literally. Pictures of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei are going up in flames as female protesters defy decades of repression. Tehran's streets are battlefield of fire and fury. These women aren't just marching, they're leading. From university campuses to bazaars, they're ripping down Khamenei's image and setting it ablaze. It's a seismic shift. Women, long sidelined, now spearhead the protests against mandatory hijab laws, economic collapse, and iron-fisted rule. Mahsa Amini's death in custody 2 years ago ignited this blaze. Now, it's raging.
Seas of people on the streets in all 31 provinces. The images are outstanding, and it really shows the support of the people of the Crown Prince's call for action. There is also another one arranged for this evening. What we saw was a historical day of protest. This was much larger than any other demonstration we have ever seen in the past 46 years. And of course, within an hour of those demonstrations, we saw the internet shut down, which resulted in the information being entirely censored to the outside media. And as you know, there is no freedom of journalism.
Security forces cracked down hard, but the fire spread. From burning portraits to unbreakable spirits, Iran's women rewriting history one match at a time. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Well, on to other international news, and Greenland's political parties have released a joint statement reiterating its sovereignty. The statement was signed by 5 political parties in the Greenlandic parliament, including the Prime Minister, Jens Frederik. The issued statement said, "We will not be Americans, we will not be Danes, we want to be Greenlanders." The parties called on the U.S. to end its disdain for our country. Previously, U.S. President Donald Trump, in a White House meeting, issued his latest threats to Greenland, saying that the U.S. will do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not. He made the comments during a meeting with all executives at the White House on Friday. The president said that the U.S. will make a deal to do it the easy way, or they'll have to resort to do it the hard way. He further claimed that if U.S. doesn't, then Russia or China will take over Greenland, and the U.S. doesn't want them as its neighbors.
I'm not talking about money for Greenland yet. I might talk about that. But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland. And we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. Okay?
All right, breaking news, they're coming in, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reached Somnath. The Prime Minister is visiting Somnath to attend the Somnath Swabhiman Parv, and he will be participating in several events. He will participate in a puja as well, and will be addressing a rally tomorrow. So the Prime Minister is in Gujarat, in Somnath today and tomorrow to take part in the Somnath Swabhiman Parv, a major cultural and spiritual program which is being held at the historic Somnath temple. So there you can see a road show by the Prime Minister, as we've often seen whenever the Prime Minister arrives at any city or any big visit. and you can see the crowds there on the sides of the road waving to the Prime Minister's convoy. The Prime Minister arriving in Somnath to attend the Somnath Swabhiman Parv, which is a big celebration and spiritual program being held there. Let's take you through the Prime Minister's program. He will first be participating in a prayer, Omkar mantra chanting. This will be at the temple at around 8 p.m. today, so in just about under 2 hours from now. The spiritual event will then be followed by a drone show at the temple complex. So visual tribute really to celebrate this moment, to celebrate Somnath Temple. Tomorrow morning, the Prime Minister will also join the Shaurya Yatra that will take place at around 9:45 a.m., which is to honor those who had sacrificed their lives to protect the Somnath Temple. And this event, the Somnath Swabhiman Parv, is being held to mark 1,000 years since the invasion by Mahmud of Ghazni in 1026, and also to mark how the temple had been destroyed several times and rebuilt, to celebrate how it's a symbol of faith and resilience. All right, Akhilesh joins us for more on this story. And Akhilesh, take us through, the significance of the event that is being celebrated and the Somnath Swabhiman Parv, as well as, the program the Prime Minister will be participating in.
Well, Gargi, when Narendra Modi was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, even at that point of time, the Somnath had a special place for him. He visited Somnath Temple many times. And in fact, he marked the occasion of the Somnath Temple's construction when it turned 50 years. So that was the occasion when he was the Chief Minister. Now he is the Prime Minister of the country, and now he has identified the year of 2026 as Somnath Swabhiman Parv. And he has reached Somnath at around 8 p.m. He will take part in the Omkar mantra chanting at the Somnath Temple, and after that a drone show will be organized at the Somnath Temple. And tomorrow is also an important day when there will be a Shaurya Yatra will be taken out. It will be a symbolic procession of 108 horses that reflects valor and sacrifice. At around 10:15 a.m., he will be performing darshan and puja at the Somnath Temple. And at around 11 a.m., he will be participating and address a public function at Somnath. Around 1 lakh people are expected to attend this gathering at Somnath Temple. So, in a sense, it's a very significant event. When Prime Minister Narendra Modi informed the nation about this, he told that around 1,000 years ago, Mahmud of Ghazni attacked Somnath Temple and destroyed it. So, this 2026 year actually marked 1,000 years of that attack, which happened in 1026. And also, this is a year of 75 years of completion of Somnath Temple, where Sardar Patel, the first Home Minister of India, was instrumental. And in 1951, this was inaugurated by the then President Dr. Rajendra Prasad. And he also highlighted that how the then Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru was against the idea of rebuilding the Somnath Temple, and he opposed that the President of India should not go and attend the ceremony. So all these symbolize, what Prime Minister Narendra Modi believes, that 1,000 years of also not only of India's valor and sacrifice, but it also marks an important journey for the 1,000 years ahead. So this is the reason why this Somnath festival is being organized for the entire year. This will be a year-long festival, and various events will take place during this period.
Right, Akhilesh, do stay on with us. We can also go across to Aditya Raj Kaul, who joins us from Somnath. And Aditya, take us through, the program. We were speaking to Akhilesh about the significance. This is, the importance of Somnath Temple is something that Prime Minister Modi also used to recognize at the time that he was Chief Minister. And there is going to be a mantra chanting that will take place around 8 p.m. Tell us about the significance of that.
Well, that's right. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has landed in Gujarat and he is in Somnath. And as we know, the Somnath Swabhiman Parv, the year-long festival, is being celebrated. We can see thousands of people thronging on both sides of the road in these visuals coming to you live here on NDTV. It's 1,000 years of deep-rooted faith and civilizational pride that we are speaking about, and we are covering here on NDTV right now. Prime Minister, in fact, arriving at Somnath to participate in the key commemorative event here. And of course, as we speak about the significance of Somnath, where at least 92 to 97 lakh devotees come annually, there is of course a very special event where Prime Minister is participating today and tomorrow. Later tonight, there will be a mantra chanting celebration that will take place. And immediately after that, we'll have the Prime Minister also witnessing a drone show at the temple. Now, women also have played a very significant role at the Somnath temple, and Prime Minister is likely to interact with the caretakers of this temple. He'll also participate in a meeting of the Somnath Temple Trust at the temple complex itself. So we know the history of Somnath has had very important and significant twists and turns, just like the history of India and Bharatvarsh, with the Mahmud of Ghazni attacking this particular location, and a lot of damage that was.
Mr. Q. At Mr. Q Bingo, we tell it how it is. When players win, they love Q. When players lose, they hate Q. Oh dear. They love Q. Oh, he's not happy. They hate Q. Oh, love Q. Hate Q. Love Q. Oh no, hate Q. It'll grow back. Mr. Q, bingo you love to hate. We kind of love that.
So I've just got Sun Life's guaranteed over 50 plan. Super easy, no medical questions. I finally have the confidence to devote myself to my craft.
Woodwork?
I even made this.
Really?
With Sun Life, there's a guaranteed cash payout. But this is one less thing you'll have to spend it on.
Don't miss out on our limited time offer. Call or search Sun Life Plan today.
Fatoon, Leolida, and Monica are caught in the biggest global hunger crisis of the 21st century. Millions of children all over the world are going hungry because of conflict, displacement, and extreme weather. We urgently need your help to fight acute hunger and malnutrition. Please search Save the Children or visit savethechildren.org.uk to give £5 a month. Your £5 a month can help us give hungry families life-saving food and provide malnourished children the treatment they need to recover. No child should go hungry, so please donate today. Search Save the Children or visit savethechildren.org.uk to give £5 a month. Thank you.
I'll start from the beginning, shall I? The Wool Runner is a celebration of 10 years of Allbirds comfort. There is a growing awakening broadly about the power of nature and the potency of natural materials. Allbirds was founded to help nature make a comeback, introducing the new Wool Runner NZ. Better things in a bitter way.
I'll fix him, love. Poor pet. Just shows you never know what's going to happen. Which reminds me, I need to protect the life we've built. That's why I'm looking into smart family life insurance. Hi, I'd like a quick quote, please.
OK. You can choose a benefit amount up to £750,000, depending on your age. If you're a UK resident aged 18 to 64, you can apply with just a few health and lifestyle questions. For £250,000 of cover, the price starts at just £14.77 a month.
That's less than I thought. And it could help my husband with the mortgage.
Just like families, not all life insurance is the same. That's why we offer the Smart Family Guarantee.
That's good to know.
You'll also receive a 100% advance in the event of terminal illness and 10% cash back on your first year's premiums. That's the Smart Cashback. Plus, you'll also get your choice of a £125 gift card.
Protect the life you've built the smart way. To get a free quote today, call our specialist UK team on 0800 458 6908 or visit smartinsurance.co.uk.
If you have cancer, it might affect your finances, but Macmillan Support is just a free call away.
Can I claim any benefits?
Whether you need benefits advice,
what if I can't afford my bills?
Struggling with bills,
how am I going to support my family?
Money worries,
what happens now?
Or just need someone to talk to. Whatever you need to ask about money, benefits and cancer, we're here 7 days a week. Call us free now on 0808 239 1000.
Unexpected expense? Drafty's got your back. Borrowing £100 for a month costs less than £6. Apply at drafty.co.uk.
Get sorted for the new year with full fibre deals on the UK's best broadband technology. With non-stop browsing, gaming and working, all for only £27.99 a month. Plus, we're the only major provider who will give you up to £300 to switch. So switch to EE today. Offer ends 29th of January.
It's great to be helping out before my first grandchild arrives. And after having a few repairs myself, I need to make sure they'll all be protected. Which reminds me.
Welcome to British Seniors, the UK's #1 rated provider of over 50s life insurance.
Hi, I'd like a quick quote.
No problem. We're proud to offer our seniors lifetime guarantee. With 100% of claims having been paid, we guarantee your premiums will never go up and that you'll speak to one of our specialists in the UK. UK residents aged 50 to 80 are guaranteed to be accepted. Depending on your age, your loved ones can get a cash payout up to £10,000 when you pass away.
Well, that money could help with funeral costs or as a gift for my grandkid. I'll do it.
Plus, when you sign up, you'll receive a £135 gift card and free 24/7 GP advice and health services.
He's going to be named after his granddad.
Be proud to protect your loved ones with British Seniors. To get a free quote today, call our UK team on 0800 470 4444 or visit britishseniors.co.uk.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power. What is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. and I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years.
Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Hello and welcome to a special episode of Tech 360. My name is Ayush Alavadi and we're here for CES Las Vegas, the biggest tech show on the planet, being broadcast and documented on your favorite technology show, Tech 360. This is the LVCC, the Las Vegas Convention Center, but this is only one of the venues where CES takes place. It's all across the city. We're going to be getting you the latest and greatest from ground zero. We might take the Tesla loop right there if we get a chance as well, and tell you a lot more about the storyline of tech and how the year kickstarts with CES and sets the trends for the whole year and the decade to follow. Let's get this show started.
At CES 2026, Samsung didn't just showcase new products. It laid out a clear roadmap for where consumer technology is heading next. From ultra-bright displays and massive screen sizes to AI-driven experiences that adapt in real time. Samsung's focus this year was scale, intelligence, and ecosystem integration.
This device looks like a normal Samsung phone. Then you have a second and a third. And from 6.5 inches, this goes all the way to a 10-inch tablet. If you want a tablet experience, this is something that promises it in terms of multitasking, things that you can do. It's unheard of in the smartphone world. If you look at this screen, you can get so much more work done if you want to go multitasking. For example, here, right here, now I'm using 2 screens. And then if I just want to open YouTube, I'm using a third screen as well. You can use Galaxy AI for translations. A lot of it is synced. You can copy paste across. Productivity gets really enhanced with this sort of a device. Now, the not so good news is you're not getting this in India anytime soon. There's no imminent announcement. There might be one here in the US. If you were to go to Korea or one of the other markets where this is available, it would cost you nearly 2,20,000 rupees MRP. Right? So you're adding a fair bit to the price of the Z Fold 7 to get another screen. And then they also showcased this massive 130-inch micro RGB TV. This is what they're calling the future of television tech, with AI vision at the heart of it. Absolutely massive. You actually see this frame in this concept. This frame has speakers inside, embedded in this stainless steel frame. 130 inches is massive, and to make sure there's no pixelation, even in a bright room like this with uneven light, it is absolutely gorgeous in terms of what this display can do. But obviously this hasn't come to market, it's not been announced, it's just a concept which they're showcasing here at CES.
That's not all. QD OLED panels reached a claimed peak brightness of 4500 nits, pushing self-emissive displays closer to high-brightness LED territory, while new QLED mini-LED models scaled up dramatically, extending to 100-inch and even 115-inch sizes. Across all tiers, Samsung introduced Vision AI Companion, transforming TVs into contextual AI hubs capable of real-time content tuning, live translation, generative wallpapers, and deeper integration with services like Microsoft Copilot and SmartThings. The new Music Studio 5 and 7 speakers, designed as lifestyle objects, blend into home decor while supporting high-resolution audio and Q Symphony integration. reinforcing Samsung's push for synchronized sound experiences across TVs, speakers, and projectors rather than isolated audio products. Rounding out CES 2026 was Samsung's vision for the AI-driven home, led by bespoke AI appliances. Refrigerators powered by Gemini-based food recognition, AI-optimized laundry systems, and robot vacuum, all tied into smart things to reduce manual intervention. Samsung's CES 2026 presentation wasn't about any single product. It was about reinforcing an ecosystem where hardware, software, and AI evolve together.
I finish all my steps for a day walking from one venue to the other. That's what CES is all about. It's not like MWC Barcelona where you have one Faria or one central location, or MWC in India, or even IFA in Berlin with the messy Berlin. This is spread out across the city, and it might be a smaller town, but it's a very vibrant town clearly. This time of the season we've got our tags on. There's a monorail just ferrying us across everywhere at CES from one venue to the other. A lot of stuff happens here in the Venetian, but there's so much more happening in the other venues, the LVCC as well, and the big event, which is the FIFA Lenovo event at the Sphere, which is a technological marvel in itself. This one has a bunch of tech specs that I can go on about, with 366 by 516 feet. That's how big this spherical structure is. It has a massive LED wrap all around. You have concerts through the week, events like the one we are going to as well. But in the middle of Las Vegas is this structure. You can see a lot of AI branding everywhere, autonomous cars roaming around the streets here in Las Vegas. But that's the home to the big FIFA event. The Sphere in Las Vegas, also powered by AI. There's like a bunch of NVIDIA GPUs that are powering that immersive sound. Absolutely mind-blowing venue for concerts. But now, it's a venue for us tech enthusiasts.
CES 2026 was Lenovo's playground, and why we use that specific term would become clear by the end of this story. Lenovo used the iconic Sphere in Las Vegas to showcase lots of hybrid AI innovations. This includes wearable hardware, AI PCs, AI laptops, gaming devices, lots of cool concepts, enterprise AI infrastructure, a personal ambient intelligence agent called Kira, and industry collaborations in sports and entertainment. Lenovo's pitch for hybrid AI talked about securely uniting personal, enterprise, and public AI models and agents to change how we interact with our devices, what we get out of our devices, and how we can benefit from these said devices. Lenovo and Motorola both will now leverage Kira across a spectrum of their devices. This is supposed to bring a unification-themed experience across their portfolio. Lenovo says that Kira will act as a cross-device and platform super agent in sort of a one AI but multiple devices manner. So it will perceive, think, and act with context awareness across PCs, smartphones, tablets, and other wearables, but with user consent. Motorola and Lenovo both showed new hardware to show Kira's playground, because Kira can process multi-model inputs and use a personal knowledge base, keeping a lot of the processing on device in many use cases and then execute tasks. Motorola's demo zone had units of their newly announced signature smartphones showing AI-enhanced zoom capabilities. The signature is a Snapdragon 8 Gen 5 platform and 4 50-megapixel cameras on the back. Make sure you follow Tech360 for when we do more with it. And Lenovo too showed lots of desktops and laptops. Of course, a lot of the eyes were being rolled at the thinkable rollable XT concept, because it does provide a sort of an expand to enhance productivity use case, but it is still a concept. Lenovo also introduced new Aura Edition AI PCs with Intel processors in the ThinkPad and Yoga series of laptops, and in the ThinkCenter and Yoga AIO series of desktops. Enterprise products like the ThinkSystem and the ThinkEdge series too got new products and new capabilities. And speaking of capabilities, Lenovo also showed us how their workstations and servers are supporting the Sphere's ultra high resolution content, and how the production workflow now supports AI-driven creativity. Last, and how could this possibly have been the least, Lenovo being the official technology partner of FIFA Women's World Cup 2027 and the FIFA World Cup 2026 introduced Football AI Pro. Think of this as a highly specialized football interaction tool which at any point of time is deploying and controlling many specialized agents so that we, the viewer, can get richer insights and stats like never before because analysts can use its real-time tactical analysis and visual output capabilities to enhance user experience and engagement. Team Tech 360 spoke to Dr. Tolga Kurtoglu to find out more about this.
Tolga is the CTO at Lenovo, basically the right person to ask these questions to. But the FIFA-Lenovo partnership, mind-blowing stuff. I know there's going to be AI, there's going to be much more efficient VAR, a bunch of things. But tell me, where does Lenovo really come in with this partnership?
We are a global company, and FIFA and the World Cup arguably is the most global sporting event. It's a great opportunity to, connect to billions of follower base that football and World Cup in particular has, and that's music to the ears of the R&D teams that we have at Lenovo, so that we can apply a lot of our AI innovation very specifically to enhance the sport and help transform this. One of the things that we don't like as fans at all is interruptions in the
Absolutely.
game. Right? Nobody can stand
should be
that.
faster, more
It
efficient.
should be all fluid, all efficient. I think the referee assistants that we talked about yesterday, the avatar technology, that's going to help, of course, minimize interruptions, hopefully increase efficiency and accuracy of the decision making on the field as well. But not only that, right? So in addition to that, the fan experience is very, very important. So we're bringing the referee view to the market as well, where
there's a lot of AI involved there as well.
Yes, the real-time processing, computer vision-based AI, so that the fans can experience and see from the eyes of the referee. Hopefully there'll be less debate about whether it was the right decision or wrong and what not to do. And then last, we talked about AI Football Pro, which is a foundation model that is trained on the largest football-based data, essentially, and put that in the service of various different stakeholders, whether that be training personnel, coaches, but the fans, analysts, and what have you. And they all will have the opportunity to interact with that to get a much better experience out of the model.
Well, walking so much here at CES, you need to take a break and refuel. Portion sizes here are massive. I think a kiddie's meal is always better when you're here in the US, especially if you're flying in from India. That said, if you thought this was all about big tech, CES, well, think again. In the second half of the show, we're going to be showcasing some of the quirkiest, wackiest tech trends from this massive tech show. I'll see you on the other side. I'll grab some food now.
Dealing with my lot means making smart choices. And with our family growing, I want to protect the life we've built. That's why I'm calling Smart Insurance.
Hi, I'd like a quick quote, please.
OK, you can choose a benefit amount up to £750,000 depending on your age.
Brilliant.
If you're a UK resident aged 18 to 64, you can apply with just a few health and lifestyle questions. For £250,000 of cover, the price starts at just £14.77 a month.
That's less than I thought, and could help my husband pay off the mortgage.
With our Smart Family Guarantee, you'll have peace of mind.
I'll go ahead.
You'll also receive a 100% advance in the event of terminal illness and 10% cashback on your first year's premiums. That's the Smart Cashback. Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
Protect the life you've built the smart way. To get a free quote today, call our specialist UK team on 0800 977 5753 or visit smartinsurance.co.uk.
Don't miss Sharp's biggest ever half-price sale. Get Sharp's bespoke fitted furniture for every room, from living spaces to home offices and bedrooms. All ranges are now half price, including our must-have Manhattan range. Our exclusive Space Plus system means we won't be beaten on space. Plus, you get our 15-year guarantee for total peace of mind. Don't miss Sharp's biggest ever half-price sale. Book your free home design visit today at sharps.co.uk. Pets. Cute, but pricey.
For unexpected moments, Drafty's got your back. Drafty Flex is like a handy pot of cash when you need it, with credit up to £3,000 and money sent to your bank in 90 seconds. Borrowing £100 for 30 days costs under £6. Be prepared for the unexpected with Drafty. Good boy. Apply at drafty.co.uk.
Now that retirement's here, it's time for me to focus on the things that really matter in life, like making sure my family can manage funeral costs when I'm no longer around. Which reminds me,
Welcome to British Seniors, the UK's #1 rated provider of over 50s life insurance.
hi, I'd like a quick quote, please.
No problem. We're proud to offer our seniors lifetime guarantee. With 100% of claims having been paid, we guarantee your premiums will never go up and that you'll speak to one of our specialists in the UK. UK residents aged 50 to 80 are guaranteed to be accepted. Depending on your age, your loved ones can get a cash payout up to £10,000 when you pass away.
And that money could help cover my funeral costs or be a gift for my grandson. I'll do it.
Plus, when you sign up, you'll receive a £135 gift card and free 24/7 GP advice and health services.
Be proud to protect your loved ones with British Seniors. To get a free life insurance quote today, call our UK team on 0800 881 5090 or visit britishseniors.co.uk.
CES 2026 showcased groundbreaking AI integration, autonomous robotics, and health innovations across targeted booths. From Amazon's ecosystem dominance to stair-climbing vacuums and exoskeleton breakthroughs, these are our notable mentions from the event.
This is one of the first things that everyone seems to use at CES. I need to use it because I have glasses. This is Optic Wash, being used at opticians all across the US. Pretty cool. They have a smaller, more portable version out there as well. But in 45 seconds, just with pure water, they managed to clean your glasses and your watch or jewelry if you wanted. Low pressure, no heat, no chemicals, and more importantly, it kills almost 99% of the bacteria because there is UV on the inside as well. And while I finish this link here on Tech 360, this is going to open in the next 3, 2, and 1. And just like that, the cycle is complete. My glasses smell really good, and I can see in crystal clear 4K. It was just a matter of a couple of minutes. This is probably the most useful stall here at CES. Luna, can you judge my outfit today?
Let me take a look. Whoa. You're rocking that black sweater like it's power move. Total, I woke up like this energy.
This is Luna. Kind of one of those hidden gems here at CES. You snap on your iPhone to this assistant and it does all sorts of cool things. It roasts you, it praises you, it compliments you, it does all sorts of things that you want to be. It can also be very useful if you want to, well, summarize an email, for instance. Hey Luna, can you summarize the screenshot I just sent you? I want you to summarize that email for me.
Hot off the press. Megan spilling her design secrets and espresso-fueled post-it hacks in this month's Inside Innovate. The email's quick cheer for team visibility.
Just like that, it can actually also reply to the email for me in a poetic way or be a lot more critical. And that's not all, they also got this pet bot, which follows you around if you wanted to. If it's in a friendly mood, it might just give you a fist bump as well. Oh, there you go. I got a fist bump as well. But this one can also be useful if you want to monitor maybe a little one at home, follow around with the joystick, or even your pets. Cool stuff here. Hydrogen water. I know there's a lot of gimmicks in the market, even in India. Black water, alkaline water, electrolytes, vitamin enriched. Here there's a drink star fuel booth at the start. Very, very good salespeople, but they're giving you a sample for free of hydrogen water. Better for inflammation, apparently. That's what they say. They also say it's great for recovery after workouts. It tastes just like water, but I'm trying it anyway.
Amazon stood out with interconnected AI experiences across multiple booths in West Hall. Fire TV's redesigned UI delivered significantly faster performance, while Alexa Plus expanded beyond devices to web browsers via alexa.com. Ring introduced third-party camera apps through an app store and Wi-Fi-free sensors using Sidewalk, with Alexa Plus intelligently handling doorbell conversations. BMW iX3 debuted BMW's LLM-powered intelligent personal assistant with Alexa Plus integration, enabling natural multi-part conversations that span vehicle controls and general queries. Amazon account linking enables music and news streaming, with productions slated for the second half of 2026. Zook EV demo highlighted Amazon's bi-directional robotaxi with no steering wheel. Passengers face each other under a starlight headliner, with the vehicle prioritizing ride experience over retrofitted autonomy. Plaza Station Parking demonstrated Tesla's autonomous parking valet system, where vehicles continuously circulate, self-park, and return via app summons, handling high vehicle throughput using supervised autonomy. LG Automotive Solutions showcased AI-powered in-vehicle displays and connected dashboards built around the LG Cloyd platform. Its actuator Axiom system demonstrated dynamic interior surfaces that shift between displays, ambient lighting, and haptic feedback zones.
And usually at tech conventions, it's very China focused because they come up with a lot of innovations at the stalls. But here it's a good mix. There's actually a very cool Germany pavilion, Switzerland as well with Swiss tech, a lot of cool tech in watches, and then some US brands as well. And it's not like India is in there. There's a noise booth, and right here is an ultra-human booth where they're doing a lot of cool stuff with ambient sleep monitoring and stuff, but that we can get you on Tech 360 anyways. And then there's these really cool brands, most of them from China, which are working on exoskeletons, right? So this one's really cool. You can use it for kids, you can use it for adults, and you can also use it for more complex challenges. I saw a bunch of them. One of them gave me a demo. I want to see how much faster I can get at football, how much faster I can get at running to the latest and greatest in tech. Have a look, actually. This is a very cool one.
This isn't me moving. It's the exoskeleton from a Centis. And honestly, I can get used to exactly how I move to this one. Makes you run faster, makes you climb faster, makes you jump faster. Let me give it a spin. I like cyborgs. So all set to take the mantle from Cristiano Ronaldo now. I'll see you later.
Dreamy Booth presented major category breakthroughs, including robot vacuum with retractable LiDAR, step climbing capabilities, robotic arms capable of lifting objects, and a stair climbing rover. Flexi-adapt legs allow cleaning even while navigating obstacles. Aper Booth launched cognitive AI outdoor cleaners, including pool cleaners that recognize debris types, AI-assisted irrigation systems claiming major water savings, and solar-powered surface skimmers with chemical dosing. Roborock featured robot legs demo using Saros rover, independently deploying wheel legs to climb full-size stairs while vacuuming. Alex Robots demonstrated compact service robots with modular arms designed for hotels and restaurants, capable of tasks such as table bussing, drink delivery, and surface sanitization using UVC and HEPA filtration. Ya Sound Buds showcased AI adaptive noise cancellation that learns user environments, offering spatial audio and long battery life. The earbuds automatically switch between ANC, transparency, and ambient modes based on context. 8-bit-do gaming products highlighted retro modern controllers with Hall effect sticks, including arcade sticks and classic style pads updated with wireless connectivity, high polling rates and mechanical buttons. Vibrush Halo combined rapid sonic teeth cleaning with AI breath analysis capable of detecting hundreds of health indicators via breath compounds. Dreamy electric toothbrush featured AI-guided brushing with real-time pressure and plaque detection, a UV sanitization case, and long battery life, adapting brushing modes based on user technique. 733 massagers showcased neck and shoulder massagers with heat therapy, zero-gravity positioning, and AI-driven body scanning to personalize massage patterns. Kira on glasses demonstrated lab-grown diamond-coated lenses that dynamically adjust tint, UV protection, and blue light filtering using electrochromic technology controlled by voice and gestures.
This is the LG Signature Transparent OLED TV. Mind-blowing tech, because when it was up, it was nearly 60% translucent. Now, it's transparent, see-through, zero connect tech, incredibly high contrast and vivid visuals. But this is sort of tech that we want to see. Really changes the interior design game. I'd seen this in other videos. Now you're seeing it for the first time here on Tech 360. The LG Signature Transparent OLED.
Hypervision holograms showcased large-scale floating 3D displays using high-speed LED technology aimed at retail and advertising applications with wide viewing angles. Taken together, these demonstrations underline CES 2026's clear direction. AI is no longer confined to concept demos or isolated devices. Instead, it is being woven into products designed for everyday use across homes, vehicles, workplaces, and personal health.
What a blockbuster start to 2026. CES Las Vegas here on Tech 360. Yet another action-packed episode of your favorite technology show draws to a close. I'm a little bummed out because we're leaving Vegas. They say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but we've been completely transparent and documented everything on this show and of course on our social media channels. Even a few behind-the-scenes moments from CES Las Vegas. Just head there and you will find a treasure trove of content. My name is Ayush Alavadi. Thanks so much for tuning in to this special. Until next week from another destination, adios.
Get sorted with EE's New Year's sale on the UK's best network. Check out our Unlimited Essentials Max SIM plan. Don't hold back on streaming, browsing, and sharing. With unlimited data and uncapped speed. All for only £23 per month. So get sorted with EE's New Year's sale on the UK's best network. Offer ends 29th of January.
Whatever you need to ask about cancer, Macmillan's free support line is just a call away.
Hello, Macmillan.
Whether it's money...
Am I going to lose my job?
Getting on with life.
Can I still go abroad? Get insurance?
Or just need someone to listen.
How do I tell them?
Our specialist advisors are here to help as often as you need them. Whatever you need to ask, cancer, money, life, call us now on 0808 134 1000.
Mr. Q! At Mr. Q Bingo, we tell it how it is. When players win, they love Q. When players lose, they hate Q. Oh dear. They love Q. Oh, he's not happy. They hate Q. Oh, love Q. Hate Q. Love Q. Oh no, hate Q. It'll grow back. Mr. Q, bingo you love to hate. We kind of love that.
Unexpected expense. Drafty's got your back. Borrowing £100 for a month costs less than £6. Apply at drafty.co.uk.
Are you losing money on high energy bills? You could save £198 a year on your energy. Switch and save now at uswitch.com.
So I've just got Sun Life's guaranteed over 50 plan. Super easy, no medical questions. I finally have the confidence to devote myself to my craft.
Woodwork.
Wood carving. I even made this.
Really?
With Sun Life, there's a guaranteed cash payout. But this is one less thing you'll have to spend it on. Isn't that right, Splinter? Huh? Come up, boy. Up.
Don't miss out on our limited time offer. Call or search Sun Life Plan today.
However you choose to say goodbye, we help you own it.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us. We'll get you all the latest news you need to know. Prime Minister has arrived at Somnath. He will be at the temple for special celebrations to mark 1,000 years of the temple. Also, a row has erupted over the delay in the censor nod to Vijay's last film, Jan Nayagan. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. The Mamata Banerjee versus the Enforcement Directorate battle reaches the Supreme Court as the Enforcement Directorate has moved the Supreme Court in the IPAC raids case, while the West Bengal government has appealed in the top court, asking for the court to hear them before passing any order. Tamil star Sivakarthikeyan's much-anticipated film Parasakti hits theatres, runs to packed halls. The DMK posts Tamil Vazga, invoking the Dravidian-era anti-Hindi agitation, amplifying the film's core theme. But as Vijay's last film, Jan Nayagan, the release is stalled. It sparks a political storm. Chief Minister Stalin says the censor board is being weaponized by the BJP. Prime Minister Modi arrives at Somnath, will visit the temple shortly for the Somnath Swabhiman Parv celebrations that celebrate 1,000 years of the temple. And anti-regime protests in Iran continue for a fortnight now. Despite the internet shutdown, fresh protests erupt. Dozens have been killed. Meanwhile, leader Khamenei blames Trump, says his hands are stained with the blood of Iranians. Some breaking news now coming in, and even as Vijay's final film, Jan Nayagan, has been delayed, sparking a row. Now news coming in that his film, Theri, will re-release for Pongal. Remember, this is an important time for film releases. So Theri will be re-released for this season. Thalapathy Vijay's Theri is re-releasing now on the 15th of January, and this is to counter the delay in his last film, Jan Nayagan, that was meant to release. This has sparked a major row in Tamil Nadu. Let's go across to Sam Daniel now for more. And Sam, fans of Vijay will be disappointed his new film Jan Nayagan won't release, but a re-release of Theri. Take us through this entire controversy and now this news of Vijay's Theri releasing.
This release comes as a kind of a consolation, Gargi, as Vijay's actual Pongal release, Jan Nayagan, is now caught in a web of tussle with the Central Board for Film Certification. The matter is in the court now after the film body delayed giving its green signal. Now the producer of this Teri, which is a 2016 released film, has decided to release on Pongal Day so that Vijay fans who are disappointed can have some kind of a treat to watch yet another recent but a blockbuster, Teri, directed by Atlee. The story is a kind of a thriller of by a former cop on a mission to save or protect his daughter from his past enemies. Music scored by G.V. Prakash, and the film also features key women in lead roles like Samantha Prabhu and Amy Jackson. And this was announced by the film's producer, Kalaipuli Danu. So it will be on Pongal Day on the 15th of this month. And this comes because the film which was supposed to be released yesterday, Jananayagan, which is the farewell film for actor Vijay, who's now also made a debut in politics, could not be released because the Central Board of Film Certification asked for some cuts. It was made, and then it wanted that film to be reviewed by another committee, delaying the whole process. Although the matter went to the court, ultimately the Madras High Court has stayed the interim relief given by a single judge, and now it will be heard only after Pongal on the 21st. So at the moment, no relief, and the producer has apologized, and in a kind of a consolation to make the fans happy, this re-release has been announced now.
Right, Sam, it was actually meant to be, Parasakti versus Jananayagan at the box office this Pongal season, but instead now, as you said, Teri will release. Thanks so much for joining us, and stay with us for more news from Tamil Nadu. But first, as we said, the standoff over actor-politician Vijay's film, Jananayagan, taking a political turn, as Sam was saying. There, the Madras High Court Chief Justice stayed a single judge's order directing the CBFC to certify the film by January 21st. And what looks like a procedural pause in court is already turning into a political flashpoint in the state. Here's a report.
I am coming.
Vijay's last film, Jananayagan, remains stuck at the certification stage. The Madras High Court Chief Justice's stay order has delayed the process, and politically, that delay is already gaining weight. Among Vijay's supporters, a narrative has crystallized that the actor-politician is being selectively targeted. First by the DMK in the Karur Stampede case, and now by the centre through a delayed CBFC certification. The allegation, pressure to soften Vijay politically. A Pongal release slot is the most coveted window in Tamil cinema. For a star like Vijay, it is both a cultural celebration and a statement of dominance. Instead, anticipation has turned into frustration.
Today, it has been a great festival, and the celebration has, I can't say in the words, so we feel very bad about this, yeah.
You're feeling very bad about this. But what is Pongal to you without a Vijay film?
No, there is no Pongal. When for Talapati fans, the Pongal is going to be only when the Jananayagan is released, and we have no Pongal.
In Tamil Nadu, where star power often converts into street power, denial and delay can turn into loyalty and mobilization. Complicating the picture further are the CBI summons to Vijay in the Karur Stampede case. He's expected in Delhi on January 12th. Vijay's next move is critical. If he appears to yield to pressure, he risks losing the image of an independent challenger. If he defies the pressure and stays the course, it strengthens a familiar Tamil Nadu narrative, martyrdom against the powerful. A stronger Vijay disrupts both the DMK and the AIA-DMK. The DMK faces criticism as Parasakti, a film seen as friendly to the ruling party, has sailed through while Jananayagan remains stuck. Eventually, Jananayagan will release. The court will clear the path, but the political impact is already in place. And when the film finally hits theatres, this courtroom drama may actually amplify its opening and possibly Vijay's own political momentum. With Veera Raghav in Chennai, NDTV Bureau Report.
Now, staying with news from Tamil Nadu, a video war has erupted. TVK has released a video which attacks the Stalin government and Chief Minister Stalin himself over his handling of health issues and the spread of disease like dengue. TVK in this video that they've posted says empty words won't kill mosquitoes. In Tamil Nadu, the DMK needs to get out on the field and work to eradicate this disease. Let's go back to Sam Daniel for more on this particular story and this row that has erupted there. And Sam, what is the situation that TVK, coming out with this video attacking Stalin over his handling of, mosquito menace and spread of disease?
Well, Gargi, the TVK, I think, in a sense, is beginning to launch its election campaign of sorts. In its first video, the party is clearly attacking the health department of Tamil Nadu. Often the Tamil Nadu government takes pride in its health infrastructure, but the TVK blames the Tamil Nadu government of having failed to control dengue, saying that the state ranks #1 in terms of dengue affected people and loss of lives due to dengue. Also alleges the crumbling infrastructure in terms of crumbling hospitals in rural areas, as it alleges. Also unfilled vacancies of nurses and unfulfilled promises for the conservancy workers who ensure cleanliness in towns and cities and villages, not giving them enough safety gears and things like that. Also in terms of mosquito eradication, saying that the Tamil Nadu government under Mr. M.K. Stalin, the TVK alleges, spends lots of money on publicity, but on the ground it claims nothing is being done in terms of improving the health condition on the ground. The ruling DMK, of course, denies his allegations, saying that the TVK spreads what it calls lies.
All right, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. So TVK, they're attacking the Stalin government. All right, returning now to politics and film news in Tamil Nadu, and Kamal Haasan has reacted to film Parasakti that hit theaters, and he said it's to be a drumbeat for the DMK, calling it a victory tilak for DMK history. He says he wants Parasakti that actually revisits the language politics and language protests that took place over the imposition of Hindi on Tamil Nadu in the 1960s. And he says, Kamal Haasan says he wants Parasakti to succeed and gives his blessings. He's written this in a letter addressed to Deputy Chief Minister Udayanithi Stalin, and saying that it would emerge as a powerful war drum for the upcoming elections.